Buenos dias, everybody. We are live. Time to start the music. Let me turn that down like a lot. Oh, come on, audio. Work with me. Just like a little bit quieter, please. So, literally, you only have 2 ticks and it's off in this. Y'all suck. There we go. What's up, my man, Tomas? How you doing? As you all know, last week didn't happen. Due to, the internet just shit in the bed. It turns out, actually, that that wasn't just, like, my Wi-Fi. We actually had an outage in my area, and that explains, I guarantee you it has to do with that power surge I got, where I was like, oh, it's a good thing that I have, like surge protectors with battery backups for specifically this. Well, I think they may have been, because they're doing a lot of construction in my town. They've been doing construction in my town in various areas for, like, years. I think that they may have, like, hit like a power line, and also hit like a internet cable line along with it. That's my assumption, but that explains why everything just started dipping, and then eventually just it killed it. I think it did come back up like an hour later, but by that point I wasn't gonna sign back on. I was over it. And to answer any questions, yes, we are going to be watching a video today. Let me get that started. Not starting it just yet, but just getting it pulled up. So LazerzZ, the guy who made that really good, like, first impressions video, that was one of the only few ones that I was positive about, his Ragnarok video went live today. And I hopped in for the last, I think, 20 minutes or so, 10-20 minutes of the premiere, and kind of just chatted around. So we're going to go ahead and watch that today. If you will, though, since it is a new video, and I know I don't get, like, a whole lot of viewers, so I'm not too concerned about this in this case, but I would be if I had, like, a couple hundred or a couple thousand people watching. If you guys will, if you think it's good, just, like, go like that video, or go, like, let it play in the background to give it a view or something, just so I don't have to feel like I am, I guess, stealing views the same day the video goes up, that sort of thing. Like I said, this thing doesn't really bother me right now, but if I had, like, a much bigger following, I'd be really concerned about that. Because all the other videos at least had a couple months to kind of, like, sit before we started watching them. This one literally just went up today. So, I think I personally think it's only fair if I, like, at least ask you guys if you think it's good to, like, go give it a like for him or something, to kind of make up for the fact that we're not watching his version, or we're not watching it through his channel, and even if I was, it would only give him, like, a single view. But his video went, it premiered this morning, is what I saw. It's already got about 2,500 views, which is pretty good for, I mean, I know he has, like, a really big following, but that's pretty good for, like, if I were to do those numbers, but anyways. Just a thought. Oh, thanks, chat. You weren't loading again. Alright, sorry. Chat just loaded all those messages. I'm doing good. Doing pretty good. It's evening for me. Also, hello, Shrimp. What's up, Dank? No more controversy talk? Yeah, no more gaming controversy talk. I learned I'm not good at it because I'm unwilling to have an opinion about it. So I'm just not going to talk about it. I feel like we got everything we wanted to say. I feel like I didn't say anything. I sat there, I think I spent like 5 or 10 minutes probably just thinking of what to say before concluding. It's better if I just don't say anything at all. I'm Salty Shrimp Monogamy. I don't watch any other YouTuber. Okay, that's fair. I'm like that with a lot of channels. It's very hard for me to branch out and like commit to watching other channels. So I end up just rewatching the same videos of the same channels I watch, and it's kind of sad. But I mean, that's kind of what happens whenever like no one uploads for months on end because everyone's working on really big projects. I won't lie, Resident Evil 4 Remake has me extremely hyped after the 3rd trailer. I haven't watched any of the trailers, I've just been seeing them in my feed and sending them to my friend, and by that point he's already seen them. Get a sip of this water. But, yes, so I'm actually excited to watch this video today. It's about 2.5 hours long, 2 hours, 15 minutes. I'm not going to pause and talk through, like, everything. I don't think I'm going to feel the need to pause and talk through everything like I have the last one. Like I said, I was in his chat for the premiere for, like, the last few minutes, and, it probably was about the last 20 minutes. I don't really know how long I was sitting there. It went by kind of fast. And he did agree that a lot of the Ragnarok critiques that are out right now just aren't good. I don't remember his exact words. He put it a lot nicer than that. But that's basically what we said. Is like, I think he said like they were very very unfair to the game or something like that. And I agree with that. I mean, I've been ranting about these videos. These videos literally drove me insane for the last few weeks. I think I'm fine now that I haven't watched any for like 3 weeks, but I love the good blend of action and horror as well as balancing humor with serious character moments. Yeah, I think that's a good balance to strike, and I don't know. The Resident Evil games I've played, I feel like they had that good balance. The only problem is that RE5's story is stupid. Its characters, you know, Chris and Sheva aren't smart in that game. And I've seen some other like Resident Evil media, so I know that like Chris is supposed to be an actually like intelligent person, but in the case of that game, they're really not smart. They are asking like what is going on up until like the very end of the game, whenever the big reveal of like the big bad comes out, and then it's like they still don't seem to really understand what just happened. And it's not something like, oh, it's like super complicated, of course they don't understand it. It's like they had fought that thing like at least two times before, had been given a live demonstration of how it works, and even up until the very end of the game, it's after like the 3rd encounter with it, and Sheva's like, oh, that's what that is. It's really dumb. I like it. RE5 is I have a lot of good memories from RE5 because I played it a few times with my friend when we were doing like a let's play of it, which ended up we finished the game, but I didn't have time to edit it, so it was on my 2nd channel for a while, and I ended up nuking it. Did I actually delete it, or did I just unlist it? That's a good question, because I don't know. We have done 2 separate Let's Plays of RE5, and I think I deleted both of them. One of them was on this channel back when I did a different type of gaming content. The other one was on my 2nd channel, and yeah, I deleted all. I deleted all the videos from my 2nd channel, because that's supposed to be my my community post-esque channel. I don't actually post to it because I'd have to like really think about why I don't do that. I just don't. It's one of those things where it's like I just don't do it. I don't know why. I could, but I don't. Resident Evil 4 and the word horror is like saying Scream movies and horror. I mean, from what I've seen, it can be pretty, it's got that unsettling feeling to it of, like, being out of your depth type thing. But yeah, I think suspense would probably be, because it is an action game, but action games can still be scary. It's just, well, Dead Space did take a lot from RE4, I'm pretty sure. I think I saw that in the Glenn Schofield interview I watched when making that video. Is he said like he wanted to make a better version of RE4, and so that's why he came up with like moving while aiming and shooting and stuff like that, because those were things he didn't like about RE4. But speaking of Resident Evil, I need to I watched Mandalore's video on the remake. Looks pretty good. I skipped the spoiler part because I do want to have some sort of surprise from it. It'll probably get spoiled for me long before I do a video on it or ever play it. The only thing I'm out of 2 minds on is Mercs being day 1 free DLC with RE4, because on one hand, the fact that it's free and instantly accessible is great, but on the other hand, how is the player supposed to get the hand cannon? And I'm really... Sorry, I got choked up. To get the hand cannon, and I'm really hoping that all the unlockable characters are in Mercs plus Lewis. Maybe the hand cannon is tied into one of the harder modes. I have no idea. It's interesting to me that it's day 1 free DLC instead of just being part of the base game. Like, that seems like a really, that makes me wonder if we're about to have, like, a COD Modern Warfare situation where the game files are just freaking massive. And so they had to chop up different bits of the game into separate installs. Do you think the remakes will stop at 5 or 6? I think they'll probably stop. I don't know. I'd like to see an if they do an RE5 remake and it does have co-op, I will play it with my friend. So that would be really cool to see. But RE6, that's a lot of work to remake that game with all its, separate plot lines. I mean, it's doable, but it would be a lot of work for them. Lewis doesn't, look White North Spanish in the remake. 0 out of 10. You got choked up, huh? Yeah, poor choice of words. I couldn't think of, what to say. I ran out of breath and choked on my own spit at, like, the same time and had to stop. That's what happens whenever you, oversleep. I didn't get the full 2.5 hours to really, wake up. I only had to deal with 1. But yeah, RE4 remake, I know that my friend is going to, my friend's gonna be talking about it nonstop and how good it is, and I'm not gonna do what he does, and I'm not gonna tell him that I'm sick of hearing him talk about it. Then again, he's not gonna talk about it in literally every single conversation we have either, so I guess it's fair. Choke on your spit is even worse. It's funny, I have never had that happen to me until the last few weeks, and I don't know why, but I used to like make fun of people who would like have that happen. I'm like, how do you manage to choke on your own spit? And then a few weeks ago, I just went into a freaking coughing fit because of that, and I was like, oh shit, that's what that feels like. If RE4 remake is of a high quality and does blend action and horror very well, then yes, I would be down for both RE5 and RE6 remake. Yeah, it's just, I don't know if enough people would be interested in an RE6 remake, because, I mean, graphically and gameplay-wise, at least from the hour I played of it, which, I know, perfect way to tell the quality of a game, play an hour of it, it seems still pretty good. It's just, it's mostly like, they'd have to rewrite the story some, because I remember the story being like the big criticism. I think one of the first ever like game critiques, quote unquote, that I watched was on RE6. I can probably find the video. What are the odds of me finding it? Okay, not Boulder Punch's video. It was like a very, very, it's a very, like, low-key video. It didn't call itself, it didn't call itself a critique, but it's basically what it was. I like how I'm looking at RE6 stuff, and then all of a sudden I get God of War Ragnarok critique, still not a masterpiece. It's like, okay, cool, thank you, YouTube. And then there's just a thumbnail of RE2 remake, but Claire's boobs are like 10 times bigger than they normally are. So, thanks, YouTube. Okay, yeah, I'm never gonna find this video, because I don't remember the name of it. I just remember it didn't call itself like a critique or review. Let me take the word critique out and see. Was it this one? It was more of like a story recap, I think. Yeah, I'm never gonna find it. This was like mid 2019, early 2019, I think. So we're going like 4 years back at this point. Good God, it feels weird to say that. It's seriously been 4 years since 2019. I'm getting old. Feels like time freaking stopped in 2019 and my body's just never recovered. Could you imagine them remaking Chris punching a boulder? I would imagine that they absolutely would do that. Like, if they I mean, they made a boulder punching reference in Village, so I imagine that they would remake the boulder punch scene. I would be super disappointed, because it's like the best part of the game, because it's so, like, everything up until that point has just been like, you know, the train's been kind of not fully going off the rails, but it's getting a little shaky and it's making you nervous. And then by the time you land in the volcano, it's like, okay, you know, things are this might be it. And then once he starts punching the boulder, it's like the train just goes off the rails, and everything after that is stupid. But it's like a fun kind of it's like the kind of stupid where it's like B action movie stupid. I really like it. I know it's not at all what Resident Evil should strive to be. It's, I don't know, I feel like RE5 was like a Devil May Cry game in the Resident Evil universe, is kind of how I feel about it. It's got like the tone of like Devil May Cry 1, 3, and 5, but it's in a Resident Evil game. And I skipped 4 because it's DMC4. RE6 is good and has extremely in-depth mechanics, but extremely tiresome if you play each scenario back to back, and the scenarios aren't all great. Mercs mode is sick though. Yeah, I remember seeing Boulder Punch's video on RE6, and he said that like the gameplay felt like it was made for mercenaries, and that it just did not suit the story mode like at all. It's the kind of embarrassing stupid like Jason Goes to Space. Is that another movie reference? I feel like the more you say these things and the more I'm like, I don't know what that is, it just like makes you increasingly pissed off. Like, what kind of uncultured swine are you? I'm the kind that never watched movies. I'm gonna Google that though. It sounds like a Friday the 13th thing, which is either going to be correct or it's really going to piss you off. What year did this release? Oh, it's got freaking shit reviews. No wonder I haven't heard of it. Okay, so it is like a it is like a Jason Voorhees thing. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've never heard of this. What was the budget? Oh, I gotta pay for the pro version for that? Yeah, no thanks, I don't care that much. You said you like slashers, poser detected. So liking slashers and having watched all of them are two different things. Most of the slashers I've seen are stuff that my friends would show me. Because I really don't watch, I legitimately just do not watch movies. The most exposure to movies I get are like my mom watching chick flicks and my friends being like, hey, I found a shark movie, let's watch it. And I'm like, okay. So the slashers that I've seen are like all B movies. And I think that's the thing, it's like I don't like them for what they are. I like them because my friends, I'll watch them with my friends and we'll just laugh at how stupid it can get. RE6 also ditched any semblance of horror, which granted 5 did, but still a problem. And much like Sonic Adventure 1, all the campaigns aren't of an equal quality. Yeah, I think the most horror was with like Ustanok, wasn't it? Like that's the closest it really got to horror. Everything else was like an action sequence. I would say the best are Leon and Helena and Chris and Piers. Okay. Not a fan of Ada's scenario and Jake and Sherry's. If you don't watch movies, how can you, good God, I need my glasses. I'm wearing them and I need better prescriptions. If you don't like movies, how can you dissociate from life? I hate real life. I do that through video games. And, yeah. I don't know, man. Life's not that bad. I think I'm very fortunate to have... I was talking about this with my mom the other day. I think I'm very fortunate to have found myself working for a company that I feel like actually gives a shit about its employees. And it's no surprise that it's also not a megacorp. I just want to know how much of a bonus I'm going to get. Give me a damn raise, too. I deserve it. But speaking of that, not the work part, but the part about my mom. I was supposed to finish the script for the video yesterday. I have to go finish the campaign for Ragnarok, and then I can finish the parts of the script. I ended up watching TV with her like all day yesterday. So literally we just watched TV shows for like 12 probably about like 10 hours. So I didn't get anything done. I can imagine salty shrimp pasta corpo stew, just Keanu Reeves said in CP 2077. Joking, I wish I was a corpo stooge as well. I have noticed that whenever you're like invested in the company you're working for and you don't see it as like a faceless evil corporation, you do start picking up some corporate speak. And that's mostly because like me working in like the customer service department, we deal with like a bunch of pissed off people, and I never want to because this is like a community bank. It's not like it's a big one, but it's not like a big corporate bank. So I was taught to be very careful what we say. So we have to like phrase things a very specific way, so as not to like say, yeah, we screwed up type thing. Don't give them ammunition to be more pissed off, because people love to take your words and like twist them and try to get like free shit out of it. So I have picked up like a lot of corporate speak, and I've become a master of lies of omission. Are you gonna watch Ant-Man 3? Probably not. I don't work in a big bank. I don't work in a big like franchise bank like Bank of America or like Citibank or something like that. There's like big banks that have branches like all over the country, and then there's my bank that has branches in like mostly where I live, but like 3 other states, and only one of them in like 1 state. So it's like we are still a community bank, but we're not like a small town, like this is our only branch community bank. What's up, dude? How's it going? It is going. How are you? By the way, which shoes did you... Did I read that right? I did. Which shoes did you watch with your... Oh, shows. My favorite is Mad Men, Sopranos, and Better Call Saul. Those are all good shows. The show that I watched is actually... It was one my mom found on Apple TV, which... I don't know when they got Apple TV, but they did at some point, and it's called Mythic Quest. And interesting thing about this show, it's basically, my mom introduced me to it because she's like, hey, it's about like, it's like a comedy about like game developers. And Ubisoft actually assisted in the production of this show, I found out, because I noticed they kept using these transitions that was like footage of For Honor. And I was like, that's a real game. How are they not getting in trouble for using this? And it turns out, I noticed in the credit, like very briefly in the credits, it says like a Lionsgate and Ubisoft production. So I was like, oh, that makes sense. You know, For Honor is a Ubisoft game, so of course they'd be allowed to use it. Granted, I think they also in Season 2 started using transitions from Diablo or something. It's like either Diablo or World of Warcraft footage. And I also noticed that they use some transitions that looks like it's from Kingdom Come Deliverance. They use like a lot of different games that are... Like, For Honor was very easy for me to recognize because I played the shit out of that game before, and I've done the campaign like several times. So I was like, hey, I recognize these individual scenes. But yeah, we got through we watched basically the entire first season yesterday. Just binge watched it, and it was pretty good. It's pretty entertaining. Season 2 is kind of shit because they scaled back the like satire game developer stuff, and it's like all dramatic now, so I don't like it. Word of warning though, this is one of like Ashley Birch's shows, so you've been warned. I actually didn't know that she was like part of the cast until I saw her name in the credits. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense given the character she plays as. But are we good now? Is the internet doing well? Yeah, so I mentioned this earlier, but you weren't here for it. The internet crashing actually wasn't me. There was like an outage in my town, so it was like numerous people were having like all of our internet shut down. And I think it has to do with that power surge. I think they were doing some construction. They like hit a power line and a cable line or something. But yeah, so it's a decent show. I kind of like the stupid shit. Can I just say that one thing that pisses me off with the most of Marvel Phase 4 and 5 is how it feels like there are little stakes. That's why I respect No Way Home. There feels like there's big stakes. Yeah, I feel like, first of all, Marvel Phase 4 was super bland. It was like, I'm not, as you guys know by this point, I'm not the biggest Marvel fan, but Marvel Phase 4 had like nothing I was interested in except Doctor Strange, and had I not had a lot of passing knowledge about WandaVision, I would have been so confused with that movie. You can't jump into a Marvel movie and understand it anymore. It's like you would think a sequel to Doctor Strange would be about Doctor Strange, not about a completely unrelated like sideshow. So that sort of thing really like just grinds my gears, so to speak. Personally, I feel like I'd have to watch the movies that you're referring to, but I feel like if by big stakes you mean like the Ant-Man 3 thing where the director said like he wants to have an Avengers level, an Avengers level scenario in like a side movie. I feel like the side movies should be more like smaller and self-contained. Like think like obviously the stakes should be big for the characters. So I think that's what you mean, like personal and big scale. But I don't think it needs to be like the rest of the world is at stakes. So like look at Ant-Man 1, for example. It's like the stakes of the show are centered around Hank personally and him trying to stop like the smallification formula for lack of a good word. The smallification formula from like getting into the wrong hands, and then by the time they step in, you know, you have like a single psychopathic like corporate guy who's the villain. Ant-Man 2, same situation. It's like the stakes are it references events from Captain America Civil War, but the stakes are still very, very self-contained and personal to the cast, and it doesn't feel like the world is about to end. And then I remember, I haven't seen Black Widow, but I remember a lot of criticism for Black Widow being that the like they were trying to make like an Avengers movie out of like a single character, and that it just doesn't work. Let me be clear. Big scale stakes that characters taking 99% seriously. Okay, yeah, so it's like the issues are serious to the characters, but it shouldn't be like a cataclysmic event, because those make more sense to be the Avengers films. Like, you were getting a team of people to take on something that they couldn't handle individually. That's what really makes the most sense. Whereas, with most of the other stuff that they've been doing, I think from what I've seen about Ant-Man 3, it really does feel like they're trying to like be an Avengers style. I don't know. They're trying to bite off too much for these characters. And I keep seeing this screenshot posted of this guy who looks like I don't know if this is actually real, but he looks like the dude from Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Like the evil electric guy. What was his name? Wow, his name was really Electrocidad. Oh, Mr. Electric. That makes sense. Yeah, so this screenshot I keep seeing posted looks like freaking Mr. Electric from Shark Boy and Lava Girl. It is so distracting, and I don't know if it's actually like from the film. I'm trying to see. Like, what is this dude's name? Okay, MODOK. Yeah. So, like... Okay. Let me bring this over here. So I can show you. Let me download these images so I can show you what I'm talking about. I'm sure that any of you guys who've seen the movie know what I'm talking about, but this is like living rent-free in my head right now. All right, so let's switch to display recording. Listen, so I don't actually know if, wait one second, let me get the pictures pulled up. I don't actually know if they're going to be like a file format that opens. Can I save you in like a actual file format that works? Okay, as soon as I can get this to work. Thank you, JPEG, that works. Okay, so let's do it like this. Sorry, presentation is everything to me. So like, okay. This is the guy I keep seeing. This is the image I keep seeing of the guy from Ant-Man 3. And this is Mr. Electric from Shark Boy and Lava Girl. So like, let me put these like side by side. This is the first thing that comes to mind whenever I see this freaking photo. And I cannot get over the freaking similarities. So it's like I keep seeing this freaking image like everywhere, and it's driving me insane because I'm like, is this an actual photo from the movie? Because if so, that is literally just George Lopez. But anyways, I had to share that with somebody. It feels like everyone is constantly making jokes that ruin any tension or just completely relaxed. No desperation, fear. Yeah. That's just the Marvel joke problem in general. That reminds me of Spy Kids. I could see that too, but I never actually watched the Spy Kids films. I watched Spy Kids 3, of course. I found an Asian YouTube channel with a profile pic that is very similar to yours. I thought it was funny. Oh, really? Let me take a look. Oh yeah, look at that. That's kind of neat, I'm not gonna lie. That we would both come up with something similar like that. So, just so everybody can see, this is the profile picture he's referring to. Really interesting. I mean, I feel like that's just kind of the most natural way to like present a shrimp. Man, if you see that intro, it looks very similar to mine. When was his channel uploaded? Can I say he stole this? Joined April 2015. That was probably around the same time that I was like making this so some shrimp lore for you guys. My logo is actually was actually made in like a Call of Duty emblem maker back on Black Ops 2. And I have just made iteration after iteration of it going forward. And I think this is either the World War II or like the Black Ops 4 version. I don't actually remember which one. Whereas in something like Into the Spider-Verse or Puss in Boots 2 or No Way Home, when the moment is serious, it always takes itself seriously. Yeah, that's like my biggest thing about it, is like, let the serious moments be serious. Don't undercut the tension. I don't need to watch Ant-Man 3 because it already looks terrible. Is that the guy from the Lopez show? Yeah, so Mr. Electric is George Lopez, yes. Looks like the egg from Shrek. So instead I'm watching the horror movie Winnie the Pooh. I have heard that it's terrible, but what would you expect? MODOK is meant to be a terrifying. Why does he look like Mr. Electric and Dr. Eggman had a baby? It's funny because I saw some other photos of MODOK from Ant-Man 3 that actually look good. It looks like he's wearing a mask. That's probably why, because he's wearing a mask. But I don't know. I don't know what's real anymore. I can't tell which of these are real and which of them aren't, because I haven't seen the movie. He stole your looks to him. When we play in Warzone, I don't play Warzone. I've never played Warzone. I was sick to death of Battle Royale, like, long before. Hey, does anyone remember, like, the other COD Battle Royale that died before Warzone killed it? It was called, like, it was, like, Black something. It wasn't... what was it called? It's driving me insane now. It was like the Black Ops 4 one. Check the wiki. Blackout. It's called Blackout. I thought it was called Blacklight for a minute, but... Let's see. Cocaine Bear is pure Kino. If you didn't play Warzone, how did you survive the pandemic? How did I survive the pandemic? I think I was going to college that semester. So it all started in 2019, and I was doing DoorDash full time to pay my bills while I was in school. My parents gave me some, they got like a really big stimulus check, and they were like, hey, we only got this because you were claimed as an independent, or as a dependent, so go ahead and just like take this, pay your bills for a few months, and like don't do anything. What did I do? I had a PC, but I don't think I used it. I vaguely remember binging Mountain Blade Warband for a few weeks, staying up until like 4 a.m. playing that game. This was before... Okay, I picked up Bloodborne in about 2019. I played that for a few months. I think I binge watched Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends at around that time frame. Because I used to have a tradition where I binge watched like one TV show. I binge watched Teen Titans too. That got me through for a few weeks. Back before Kiss Cartoon got shut down. I miss that website so much. Let's see. I binge watched a lot of seasons of Pokemon. It's the closest to watching anime I've ever done in my life. I think I skipped several seasons around the time that they changed, like the companies changed. And they got new voice actors that like drove me insane. So I skipped all the way to like Black and White and then watched from there. Because Ash's new voice actor was tolerable for me. Everyone else was insufferable. So I was just too used to like the old voices. Now I'm so used to Ash's like new voice actor that the old one just sounds off. The new one's actually quite a bit better, in my opinion. But I don't watch the show religiously, so I don't even know what they're doing now. So I binge watched like 3 TV shows. I played God of War 2018 a few times, and around 2020, that's when I played The Last of Us 2. And I really started like doing YouTube. So I think YouTube just got me through until the lockdowns were lifted. Because I did the Last of Us video, and then immediately after I started digging through my catalog to see what else I could do. I also started playing Dark Souls in around August of 2020, and I only remember that because I had to like power grind for like 10 hours to kill Ornstein and Smo. That's when I did my video on them. And that was a weird one because I was house sitting for my sister and her boyfriend while they were like, I think they went snowboarding in like another state or something like that. And I recorded everything I was recording on like a Turtle Beach headset back then. And I recorded everything on my laptop, like in the guest bedroom as I was playing Dark Souls. And that's when I did my Ornstein and Smo critique. What did I do? Was that before or after Spectrum Retreat? Spectrum Retreat is such an underrated game. I love that game. No one appreciates it or my video. And it's not very deep as far as puzzle games go, but it's a lot of fun. And I remember having fun doing that video. But what did I do? I guess I can just pull up my YouTube dashboard. It doesn't feel like it's been as long as it has, but I did tell my mom, I was like, good Lord. I was like, I've been doing this almost 3 years. It doesn't feel like it. Then I did Spectrum Retreat afterwards. I vaguely remember making that video. God of War. I remember the God of War video because I actually had to record each game I had to like record due to like storage space limitations. I had to record the gameplay and then edit that portion of the video. So it's like if it feels very disjointed or segmented, it was put together that way. God of War 2018, I remember that one. Prototype, I remember that one. Metro was a freaking nightmare because I think Metro was the first time I ever got like burnt out. And I just remember like having some rendering issues where there's like an audio glitch near the end of the video that I was trying to fix. And I just remember I was watching the video after like the third render and I just like fell asleep watching it, and I woke up, I was like, okay, I'm too tired for this shit, I'm just gonna upload it. Daggerfall, that was really fun. Rise Son of Rome, that one came together pretty quickly. And then the Doom video. Let's see, I'm just going through my whole catalog now. The Doom video, I remember I was getting like really into every now and then I get into those like they are like YouTuber critique videos where they're like, hey, we're gonna watch this video and talk about how stupid it is. They're like reaction content. Well, I was getting really into like the channel British Potato, who of that type of content, I still think he's one of the better ones because he at least explains himself. I got really into like British Potato stuff, and I was watching his Doom Eternal response videos. I was like, holy shit, these reviews suck. So I kind of like got mad because Doom Eternal is a great game, and made this video out of spite. That's why it's so good. That's why it was so in depth and it was so good for the time frame that I released it in, because it was made out of spite. Mindlock, that was a fun little video, even though unfortunately that version of the game is now abandoned. The creator made a free version of the game later that I said I would play, and got bogged down and never found the time. And then there's another like arcade version that I also said I would play. I did play that one, and that one's pretty fun. So then the Tron Evolution video, I vaguely remember that one. I remember doing the gameplay. I don't remember really anything else about it. The Nuts video, I got that from a YouTuber, a much smaller YouTuber called Input Source. And he went on this like little indie kick where he like reviewed a ton of indie games, and this was one of them. And I was like, it's a puzzle game where you like watch squirrels with a camera. Sign me the fuck up. So that was a fun video. Again, no one appreciates that video though. Like this is not one of my favorites, but it's like, maybe I'm just really proud of the thumbnail because it was the first time I actually had to struggle for a thumbnail. But yeah, this is a really good one. Greedfall, of course, is one of the more popular ones. That video was whenever I started to realize you should really do more than one playthrough if you're gonna critique something, otherwise you're gonna run the risk of being wrong. So this one came together after I got the job I'm working at now. So that's whenever production really started to slow down, because I wasn't doing this like literally all day every day anymore. So Greedfall was a lot of fun. Dead Space was also a lot of fun. Nothing to really comment on. Well, there is. My Dead Space video coming together in a month is like really impressive, and I have never been able to pull that off since. And then we got Titanfall 2, which did not come together in a month. That took about a month and a half. And then Jedi Fallen Order, which took about 2 months, and next will be Ragnarok, which took about 4 or 5, depending on when I get this done. So, to answer your question, that is what got me through COVID. Using Puss in Boots 2 as a parameter for good writing in movies is weird. It is, but it's also a decent movie. I'm more impressed about like the actual production quality and like the way that they handled cinematic moments more than anything. Did you beat Dark Souls, or how far did you make it? I got the Lord Vessel and I beat Bed of Chaos, and I got filtered at the Duke's Archives. I think it's because I had a Lightning Claymore. I started a new playthrough now, so I don't have it anymore. But I put like a lightning buff on my Claymore because I was like, hey, this would be kind of badass. And that was like right before the Ornstein and Smo fight, and I immediately regretted my decision. And I think if I do another, I do like a Pyro Knight combo. So it's like I'll use a shield and a Claymore. I one-hand the Claymore because I'm a badass like that. And whenever shit gets tough, I like switch to my Pyromancy and just start murdering Pyromancy it's not overpowered because it is a limited resource, but good lord, it does a lot of damage. Even just with like the greater fireballs and stuff, it does so much damage. I love it. So I got to the Duke's Archives, and I think I got up the elevator at the start, and that's when I started getting filtered. I think I want to do a Dead Space critique someday, and I want the thesis to be that like people critique Dead Space with the they almost come at it from like a perspective of reverence, like, oh, I said Dead Space, I'm in Dark Souls. People come at Dark Souls with a perspective of like, oh, I'm talking about Dark Souls, I have to talk about how this is like the best game in existence, it's one of the most influential games ever, and it's like, yeah, it is, but my thesis is going to be that Dark Souls is just a game, and that I'm going to talk about Dark Souls like a game, because I never knew, and this comes from, a lot of this comes from just not playing a lot of Dark Souls, but like, of all the Dark Souls videos that I've seen, why is it that I am learning that dexterity increases your attack speed and the speed at which you throw fireballs with Pyromancy? Why am I learning this from like a small challenge run channel that's in my Discord? It's that Jesse Whams guy. I think I screwed up that name, but that's okay. That's where I learned from his like Pyromancy his Dark Souls Pyromancy video. That's where I learned that like if you increase your dexterity, it increases the speed at which you throw your fireball. And I was like, I have seen like a dozen Dark Souls critiques. No one talks about the mechanics of that game. Everyone talks about the difficulty. Everyone talks about the story. Everyone talks about the atmosphere. Nobody talks about the actual freaking mechanics. And it makes me so mad. So it's like, so if when I do a Dark Souls video, which I'd like to do, it's gonna be like a 5 or 6 hour video. I'm going to talk about the different builds. I'm going to talk about the mechanics, and it is going to be a very grounded, like, this, like, Dark Souls is a work of art. It is still just a video game. Like, so many people just elevated it to something so much higher, and it, like, drives me insane. Mostly because it's like, I feel like if you're missing fundamental mechanics like that in your review, you're really not doing the game justice, are you? But so that's where I got filtered in Dark Souls. I think I needed to spend more time like learning the mechanics and fighting the enemies, but I felt like they were really tanky, probably because of my weapon. I'd have to test it to see if Crystal does actually have a resistance to lightning. If it does, that explains why I was doing like no damage to these guys. And then I tried to go to the not the depths, the catacombs. I tried to go through the catacombs. I got filtered there too. So, and I was like, I know what New Londo's got in store for me, so I'm not gonna try. And then I just kind of gave up. Anyways. At least Killers of the Flower Moon is coming out this year. Not gonna say anything, just gonna Google it. Oh, it's a Leonardo DiCaprio movie. I feel like I could really go to expand my horizons and get into film, but maybe that'll happen whenever I finally get around to watching Mahler videos. APB is based. APB? Did I miss something? ABP. Okay, so I screwed up the acronym. Just not gonna say anything. Just gonna Google it. Oh, yes, yes. The American Board of Pediatrics is very based. Absolutely. That's obviously what you're talking about. Dude, I love Nuts. I played it before I found you. Yeah, Nuts is a really interesting game. I wish there were a lot more puzzles like that second one where you have to like use multiple cameras and trace multiple squirrels. First, find out what they're doing, and then trace them back to their starting locations. That was like the most complicated puzzle. And I mentioned in my video that, I'm not sure if you've seen the video, I mentioned that it's like, that was the only puzzle where I actually had to like use the flag they give you as like a landmark so that I could figure out what was going on. It was a really fun puzzle. Everything after then was kind of straightforward, unfortunately, but I do like the different challenges they threw at you. I wish there were more perspective-based puzzles like that. Like, just setting up your cameras and then going back and like scrubbing through the footage and printing the photos. It was so much fun. Oh, a British potato. Yes, yes. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, I like, see, the thing is, I like Potato's content. That type of like reaction-based content is something that I watch once in a blue moon, and I really have to be in the mood for. It's like, I kind of go through like different moods throughout the year. Around November to like January, I really kind of just, it's like my hibernation period where it's like I don't feel the need to socialize with people. I kind of just want to be left alone. Around this time of the year, I start feeling the need, like, okay, like, it's time to get social, hang out with my friends, and do stuff like that. I'll do that until around the summer. I think it's around the summertime that I really start needing to channel my negativity into something. And that's whenever I start watching reaction content. It's really weird, and it's like, you know, if I were on Twitter, they'd probably try to diagnose me with some sort of something, but it's like, I think it's just my personality just, like, goes through phases where I just like different things at different times of the year. It's the same with my sleep, though. It's like, I sleep like garbage during the winter, and I start sleeping a lot better during the spring. But at least it's consistent, so I know that, like, this time last year, I was getting into COD Cold War with my friends, and I was running, anytime I play a Call of Duty game, I refuse to play seriously. So I spent like 2 or 3 months just running around with a baseball bat, playing like hardcore search and destroy with a baseball bat. That is so much fun. And I'm getting into that mood where it's like, I'm kind of wanting to pick up the bat again. But they don't play Cold War anymore. They play like Modern Warfare 2, and I haven't bought that. But it's like, damn, I really miss like ninja defusing and like running around with a baseball bat just whacking people. It was so much fun. But for the sake of my productivity, I can't afford any distractions like that. My friends did recently pick up like Sons of the Forest. I'm kind of pissed off because they didn't invite me, but granted, I did just come out of that I'm not talking to you for like 2 months straight phase, so no wonder they didn't. So I'm really, if I can ever get a hold of like my good friend Alex, because he's really busy with his work schedule, it's like insane. If I can ever get a hold of him, I'm wanting to like play some Sons of the Forest, because I would love to just like do something stupid, but I don't want to do it by myself. Anyways, when you play Dead Space Remake, will you do a critique on it? Yes, I want to do Dead Space Remake and Callisto Protocol at the same time, and I'm going to probably not get that. That's probably not going to be like an October of this year thing, because I do want to finish the Gothic video like really badly. Especially now that I see how long this video is going to be. So I think after this video, I think I said this last week, but last week's VOD is not going live because of how many interruptions there were. God of War Ragnarok, Jedi Survivor, finish the Gothic video, and then probably Dead Space Remake and Callisto Protocol, because they're both pretty short. I think that'd be a nice palate cleanser. And then after that, I don't actually know. Maybe that's when I'll jump back into Devil May Cry and finally get that video I promised you done. Because that's another thing in my backlog that I need to get done. Watch movies that is don't care who is Muller. What? I think I sort of see what you're trying to say there. Sadly, when it comes to the wikis, I found factual errors in some of the Dark Souls wikis. When do this current vid? I will say build matter DS1 is so much harder with a dex build compared to strength. Yeah, because I've always done like me being a Bloodborne character me being a Bloodborne player and a Bloodborne normie. I always have to do a quality build. And for those who don't know, a quality build in Bloodborne is a fair amount of strength and a fair amount of skill, because the strength will increase your like raw hitting power, and strength-based weapons have a lot of stagger, but skill is what increases your actual visceral damage. When you get like a parry or you get a backstab, increasing your skill will increase your visceral damage. So it's good to have a good amount of strength and skill, and that's why they call it a quality build. That's the type of build I do. I'm pretty basic when I do Bloodborne. I don't do anything fancy. I use a stake driver. It's like the fanciest thing I do, but I use the stake driver because it has a fast attack speed and a lot of stagger. So, I love the stake driver though. If you can get that transformed like R2, the charged R2 that like explodes, it is so satisfying. What about the new Jedi game? You gonna do it? Yes. I think we kind of, was it last week or the week before, where we kind of went through some of the gameplay and talked about the animations. I think that was last week. But Muller is a guy on YouTube who objectively assesses media and talks about the product strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, he's I've never really watched Muller's content because he mostly does movie stuff these days. I feel my dude literally vibes. I'm gonna need context for that one. All builds in Bloodborne start with at least 11 skill. They weren't subtle. Yeah, is that considered high though? I don't, like, when it comes to like Soulsborne games in general, I don't know a lot about the different builds. Like, I don't even know how a faith build would like work in Dark Souls. That's really why I need to like, that critique is gonna be like a 6 playthrough video. I'm probably gonna be sick of Dark Souls by the time I'm done with it, but I mean, I think it's the only way you can like really objectively look at the game. Because I mean, otherwise it's like, maybe that's why no one bothers to do a gameplay analysis. It's just like there's the low-hanging fruit of talk about the atmosphere, talk about the difficulty, talk about the lore, talk about how wonderful this game makes you feel, and that's like the only thing they touch on. It's like, yeah, but how does dexterity affect my skills? Why does everybody hate dex builds? No, I mean, I understand it's a meme, but where did the meme come from? Is it because you're a weeb for using a katana? I could see that, but no one explains it. It's like, how does faith work? You know, everyone talks about like the Estus flask and how it limits charges. How does healing with miracles affect that? Does it give you more longevity? Is it considered I mean, how does healing with miracles even work? Because no one explains it, and I haven't played the game enough to actually know. So it's like, if the only thing you know about Dark Souls comes from like Dark Souls videos, you're really getting like a really, really bad representation of the game, because no one explains anything, because no one takes the time to really understand the mechanics. And it's like, Dark Souls as an RPG, or even Dark Souls as like an open level game or open world game. One of the things that I really wanted to do after I was playing Gothic is I was like, what would it be like to play Dark Souls wrong? Like, I know the progression path. You know, you start in the Asylum, you go to Firelink Shrine, you go to Undeadburg, which leads to Undead Parish, and then you fight the Bell Gargoyles and ring the Bell of Awakening. Okay, now you go back down through Undead Parish into the not the Undead Settlement, but that little village area, and then you fight the Crapper Demon, or and yes, I said the name wrong. or you just use like the master key if you got it at the start and you unlock it. You go through the depths, and then you fight. You can free that like pyromancy trainer, or you just keep going down. You fight the gaping dragon. And then you go down further into Blighttown. You fight through Blighttown down to the swamp, and then you fight Quelaag. And then, or you can take the shortcut, open the elevator back to New Londo, and then you fight Quelaag, and then you ring the second bell of awakening. Okay, let's go back to Sen's Fortress, and let's go through Sen's. Like, I know the progression path, right? But it's like, what would it be like to play Dark Souls wrong? What would it be like to, as a new player, start in Firelink Shrine, and then just kind of roam? And it's like, okay, yeah, you know, eventually you would hit a barrier. You can't go into Sen's Fortress. You probably can't get past the Titanite guy to into like the Darkroot Garden and all that. But it's like, it would be a really interesting experience to just wander in Dark Souls and really just kind of explore at your own pace and grind and play it as like as an RPG roguelike with no, not really a roguelike, but like just a dungeon crawl. Play it like Daggerfall or something. Like, how would that work? I don't know, but I do want to try that someday. Even though I know where I'm supposed to go, I do want to know what happens if you just like just wander and stumble your way into your objectives. Artorias took me 38 tries with Dex compared to 3 with Strength in my current run. Do you think that he was easier with Strength because it took you 38 tries with Dex? That's kind of, I mean, the only boss that ever really like butchered me was the undead giant in Bloodborne, like the first one. I don't know why. That thing just kept rumbling my ass the first time I fought. I think it took me like I ran out of blood vials. That's how long it took me. I had to go farm more. If EA Motive does Dead Space 2 remake, then I would love it if the Sprawl was a very dense open world, as well as the Return to the Ishimura could have you exploring parts of the ship you haven't explored. Yeah, I feel like Dead Space 2... A Dead Space 2 remake would have to match the quality of Dead Space 2, and I think that's a really hard thing to pull off, because Dead Space 2 had like a $65 million budget. It was freaking insane. And it reflects, I mean, you can, like, Dead Space 2 is an amazing game, and I think the Return to the Ishimura is, like, the highlight of that game, because of the fact that you go through all the areas you've been through before. So it's like, hey, I remember this, hey, I remember there being a fight here, type thing, and it was a really surreal experience to go back and see, like, everything all, like, covered up in tarp, and Nicole is, like, taunting you, saying, like, they've covered this whole place in plastic to cover all the blood and like all the stains and everything. And she's like, and she's both talking to you and the player, and she's like, but you know what happened here. And then there's like the attention to detail in that section, like that sequence. I don't know if it's in the remake where whenever you start going, I don't know to which area, you go through an area and you see a guy like bust his face open on the wall with just killing himself. And in Dead Space 2, that entire area is covered in UV light, and you can see the blood stain from when he did it. It's like, it is such a faithful recreation. So it would be really hard to pull that off a second time. It would have to be different, and it would still be good, but it wouldn't be the same. Like the casino area, for examples. I didn't know there was a casino area. Magic and faith adjustment, obviously. As for exact amounts of healing and damage, you need to feel it out. Yeah, I wouldn't know, because no one talks about it in the videos I've seen. Dex builds typically don't use shields, while Strength will use 100 physical blocking. Dex I start with the katana until I beat Artorias, where you can trade his soul for dual daggers. That's another thing. I'm glad you said that. That's another thing. It's like, nobody talks about the boss weapons in Dark Souls videos. It's a mechanic that I consistently forget exists, but it seems like something you would want to talk about, you know? But I guess it's not part of the atmosphere of the difficulty, so it doesn't matter. I had to learn all of Artorias' attacks, which was very refreshing. Yeah, that was something coming from Bloodborne that Dark Souls, like, butchered me at, was actually having to learn attack patterns, and not just, like, Bloodborne is, you're so nimble, you can kind of just avoid everything if you're decent. And, I mean, I've had trouble with, like, Vicar Amelia and all that, but not nearly as bad as it was, like in Dark Souls, trying to fight Ornstein and Smough, which... Hot take, I don't think Ornstein and Smough is a very good boss fight. I think it's very overrated. It is a good fight, but it is, I kind of go into this in like my, if anyone's seen my Ornstein and Smough critique, it's like, it is a very good fight, and it is a very fun fight, but it is not fair at all. There's like, so little you can really do to damage them with the way their attacks overlap. Quelaag's curved sword is where it's at. I think that's going to be the toughest part of doing a Dark Souls critique, is like touching on the boss weapons, because it's like Dark Souls has a lot of weapon variety, and I think it would be impossible to like learn the moveset and master like every single weapon to touch on it. That's why I stick with the Claymore, because the Claymore is like, it's got good sweeping ability as a one-handed weapon. It's got that forward stab for like close quarters. That's really why I use it. I really want a Dead Space 2 remake because of how insanely good Dead Space remake was, and seeing the sprawl being an open world akin to Evil Within 2 would be amazing. I never played the Evil Within games, but I'll take your word for it. You could have some side missions exploring Isaac's messed up childhood. Did he have a messed up childhood? Do the original games really touch on that? I don't think they do. I kind of like Isaac's character as just like being your average everyman, and then you just go through this super traumatic incident that like is the root cause of all your problems. See, the real challenge for like if they were to remake the rest of the Dead Space series is coming up with a way to explain where Ellie got her breast implants from. Because going from Dead Space 2 to Dead Space 3 is jarring. A quick reminder that KOTOR is 20 years old in a few months. That's another classic RPG I need to replay. Sorry, I need to play it. I've never played it before. It's one of those things where it's like, there's a lot, the old school BioWare games I've never actually played, except for like Mass Effect. I haven't even played Dragon Age. That's fun fact. The reason the Gothic video exists is because I wanted to do a fantasy RPG series, and I didn't want to do The Witcher because Joseph Anderson was doing The Witcher at the time, and still is technically, but enough on that. I didn't want to do The Witcher because that was being done. I have seen way too many videos on Dragon Age. I didn't want to do that. And Never Knows Best had just recently uploaded a Dragon Age video, so I was like, hey, I remember hearing Gothic offhandedly. Let's do that. I don't know what it is, and it's all downhill from there. Dragon Age Origins is really good. Yeah, I've heard. I remember trying Dragon Age Origins, and I think I got bored in like 10 minutes. I think I chose like a human warrior, and I got to the part where you get your dog, and then I was like, I think I was getting bogged down with all the constant interruptions, and it like really clashed with my attention span at the time. So I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this. Let's see. Isaac's mom basically gave all their money and belongings to the Church of Unitology, and Isaac had to build his way up from nothing. Oh, so he's got the Mass Effect Earthborn orphan backstory. 20 years and is still not updated for widescreen and modern graphics cards. Along with Jade Empire, KOTOR 2's update was great. Use Control V. Just Control V that worked to those two. Yeah, Jade Empire, that's another one I need to look into. I'm not gonna say it's like lesser known, but of all the BioWare games, it's not the first one that comes to a lot of people's mind. I think I finished a video game, did like a Jade Empire series critique. If anyone is looking for any other YouTubers who do this sort of thing, especially one that actually has like good work ethic and a good upload schedule. Let's see, I finished a video game. I have seen his 5-hour Lord of the Rings video. I really need to rewatch that video. It was really good. I've seen most of his Alpha Protocol video too, and I've seen his Prince of Persia video, and that was also very good. Yeah, so he did a 2-hour video on Jade Empire. An extremely comprehensive critique in history. The thing I liked about, and you know what, I'm just gonna share this like in chat because you guys need to watch this. The thing I really like about his Lord of the Rings video is it's not, first of all, there's a lot of games that he goes through, and he plays like a lot of shitty games for the sake of the video. You learn a lot about like the sheer licensing hell that the Lord of the Rings franchise is. So it's not just like, hey, let's just play all these games and see how they are. Like, he talks a lot about the licensing issues. The Lord of the Rings franchise is basically, or at least at one point was, I don't remember if it still is, it was split down the middle for licensing between people who have the rights to the books and people who have rights to the movies. And the people with the movie rights could not do anything out that was not in the movies. So you get like a lot of, I think he says like, you get sequences for, what do you call it? You get a lot of sequences for like the Helm's Deep assault and stuff like that. I don't know a lot about Lord of the Rings, but it was really interesting. And I think of all the videos this guy's uploaded and of all the ones that I've watched, I think that one's probably my favorite. The Alpha Protocol video was really good too. He also, I think anyone who goes into like the development history of a game and doesn't just touch on it, they go in detail. I really like their stuff. That's why one of my favorite Never Knows Best videos is actually the history of MMOs video that he made a while ago. That one is like really good. You got bored in Dragon Age Origins? Yeah, I got filtered by all the interruptions. This is back when I was a gaming pleb. When he has to play a game without slow reverb songs and OG gameplay. Meta is Black Knight Halberd for strength, which is good for reach and is the best damaging weapon in the game. So makes the game really easy until you make it to Gwyn, but you just need to learn to parry. Yeah, I never actually learned to parry in Dark Souls. I just circle backstabbed. It was easier. Yeah, doesn't Tolkien's son hate licensing his father's books? I think I did hear something about that. It's a nightmare. I really need to read like the actual Lord of the Rings books. That's one of those like iconic books that have had a large impact on every industry as far as like film, writing, or literature and like gaming. I feel like I need to read them. The Last of Us Part 1 remake should have been about $30. It should definitely not have been any more expensive than the Modern Warfare 2 remake or remastered. And I think that one was like $30. I'm checking. That's not the remaster though. I think this one's talking about the new one that just came out. Okay, so as of now, it's like 20 bucks. I don't know how much. I think it was around that same price at launch. I don't remember them selling it for full price. It's kind of a shame that they didn't remaster the multiplayer, because my friends and I had a lot of fun with the COD 4 remastered multiplayer. I could go back and play it now, and I would still have a blast. It's just, there's something about the feeling of old hit scan weapon Call of Duty that just nothing has been able to really match. Black Ops 2, in my opinion, as far as multiplayer, is still the peak of my experience. I'm not going to say it's the peak of the franchise, but as far as like the amount of fun I've had with that game goes with my friends, that one's definitely the peak. Black Ops 2 is where my channel started, actually. With oh man, I still have those videos somewhere. I used to make like shitty montages. Not like quickscope montages, that was lame. I did like tomahawk only montages, zombie fail montages. It's still stupid, but I mean, it's where I started, you know? And my tomahawk montage is like my magnum opus. It's still one of the best. Of course, because I'm nostalgic for it, because it was like one of my first favorite videos, but I have some good memories from like all of them. That's why I hate Mass Effect Legendary Edition. No Pinnacle Station, no multiplayer. Yeah, I'm not going to ask if anybody liked the Mass Effect multiplayer, but I just know I didn't. My biggest problem with it is that it doesn't do enough to justify the price. There's no gameplay mechanics from The Last of Us 2 or new story beats. If anything, The Last of Us Season 1 on HBO Max. Yeah, I think mechanics is where they got me. I was fully expecting them to like port all of The Last of Us 2's mechanics over, but I don't even think they brought in the prone version. So it's like, I remember people saying like, oh, this isn't a remake, it is a remaster. It's like, well, it technically was a remake because it was remade in a different engine. But it's like, it was a remake for the purpose of remastering it, as opposed for the purpose of like increasing its gameplay and all that. And it's like, not to mention, The Last of Us 1 remake is literally just a cash grab for the HBO series. But it's like, The Last of Us remaster was already fine. So you quickly read up, he only hated Peter Jackson's films, which is similar to his father's views because Tolkien hated Walt Disney and what he did to the public domain IPs. That's fair. I like the multiplayer. Each race had different abilities. It was fun. Yeah, the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer is where the female Turians actually entered the lore. I mean, they'd always been in the lore, but it's where like you could actually play as them. And then Mass Effect Andromeda has, I think, the first actual female Turian character. So, big dub in the women's rights movement right there. Despise all remasters, which completely overhaul visuals. All I want is some aliasing, higher frame rate, and correcting any pop-in. Don't like seeing artist work replaced and how people fawn over them. It's funny you say that. I was watching a lot of like Patrician TV's older videos, and whenever he was talking about the Modern Warfare remaster, he said the same thing. And he was saying how like how an artist spent time making those models, and you know, a lot of time and effort went into these things, into the lighting and all that, and how why is it okay to replace that but not like fix shitty voice lines and stuff like that. And ME3 had the female Rex impregnated. Well, yeah, but that's a Krogan. That's not a Turian. Turians are like Garrus. Mass Effect poser. No, not really. Okay. I think I have talked for long enough, and now I'm getting to the point to where, like, my throat hurts. So that's when I have to go grab a Dr. Pepper to fix it. And I think we can probably get this video started. The video is about 2 hours, and I'm not going to talk through it too much. No, you don't need to apologize. I'm just giving you shit. It's fine. I'm not the type of nerd where it's like, it's actually, you got the name of this fantasy sci-fi race wrong. So I'm gonna have to ban you from the Discord server now, because I don't like posers in my server. I can't handle this level of incorrectness. No, don't drink carbonated drinks. I must. I'm an American. It is my job to destroy my body. Hey, I make up for it by not drinking alcohol, though. So, anyways, I am going to be right back, and then we can probably get started. Okay, we are back. I have secured the carbonated beverage. RE4 HD Project is a great remaster. I never heard. I know that wasn't at me, but I haven't heard of that. Your body is a temple, like an Aztec temple. Yeah, except I don't rip out people's hearts. The women in my life do that for me. Where we left the video last stream. So, oh yeah, you actually weren't here. LazerzZ released his God of War Ragnarok video. We're actually gonna watch that today. He premiered it today. I hopped in the premiere for a while and just kind of like shot the shit with everybody. I think not for too long, only for like about an hour, not even that, like 30 minutes maybe. And it's really good. He's the one who had the had like the first impressions video that I said was really good. So I'd like to watch his again, and I know I said this earlier, just because I hate to feel like his video went up today and I'm having people watch it with me. If you do like his video, I will like eventually send a link to his video. Go ahead and just drop it a like so I can feel like I'm giving back for whatever views I'm taking away from his video by watching a downloaded version instead of like having us watch it. Like if you guys were to watch his video on his channel, he'd get credit for it. Go ahead and at least like, and I don't ask this often, but I feel like I need to, because this just came out today. It's like, give his video a like, leave a comment, do some sort of engagement to like help it get pushed in the algorithm a little more. Because I do feel a little scummy about being like, oh, your video released today, I'm gonna download it and watch it on stream. And it feels like a shitty thing to do, but it's like there's no other way that I could do it other than giving it like another 2 weeks before deciding to watch it. So if we can all do our part and give back to the community, that'd be great. Not to mention, it's like, I figure it's gonna. I'm obviously not gonna agree with everything he says, but I figure it's gonna be a good one because he at least took the time to make this video and didn't just pump out a cheap one. I blame J.K. Rowling stands flagging the stream because of salty shrimp base takes. What's the context for that? I've been drinking, let's see. I've been drinking caffeine-free gamer subs. Really helps me stay away from soda because I do love zero sugar Dr. Pepper. I hate zero sugar everything just because it tastes like ass. With that said, there are some like ginger ales and stuff like that that are zero sugar that I do think are good. RE4 HD project takes the original RE4 and essentially makes it look beautiful. There's a great video on it comparing it to professional art restoration. Go watch it. Don't tell me what to do. You're not the dad of me. Here because of salty shrimp pasta. I mean, yeah, you don't gotta name drop me, but if you want to, I won't stop you. Just drink sparkling water, not that hard. See, but like, no, fuck you. That's my rebuttal. No, that probably would be better. It's like if you, just getting something carbonated, it would definitely be a lot better for you than, like Dr. Pepper or even Coke. But what can I say? I have poor short-term decision-making. It's not my fault. Anyways, I'm going to pause the music. We got pretty far into this. If you guys are wondering, like, what I've been playing in the background, it's this Deus Ex ambient mix. I listened to this while working because it starts off with like the wonderful sounding song that is most replayed because of how good it is. Probably my favorite song off the Deus Ex soundtrack, and I'm not super familiar with it, but it's just that good. I really like melodic ambient stuff, which is why I actually found a channel. Let me switch to my other account so that I can find it. I found this guy, Smiley, I think, and he does like sci-fi sounding ambient music. Still a relatively new channel. His stuff is really good. So, I found that it was recommended to me, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna follow this. I use this. This is my, like, everything soundtrack channel. Because I just listen to, like, a lot of video game soundtracks on this channel, compared to my regular one. But, yeah, definitely go drop that dude a like as well. But if you like sci-fi sounding ambient music, that is, I definitely do. But son, clean up your room. Sparkling water tastes like liquid cancer. I mean, a lot of shit tastes like liquid cancer. Sparkling water is an existential need for me, like getting drunk or smoking. I need to feel my neck prickling. I mean, I feel like people feel the same way about tequila. But what would I know? I've never had tequila. The only thing I know is tequila's allegedly like drinking glass shards, but anyways. I'm going to shut, and we are going to watch this video. So, first and foremost, how loud is this going to be? Do I need to do any adjustments?
I said after I made my Odyssey video that I wasn't going to use the Broke Me title again, because it wouldn't have the same impact if it were merely a reoccurring title I use for clicks when something mildly bad.
Okay, that seems fine. That's roughly about the same as my talking voice, so that should be good. I'm going to speed it up, of course, and let's see if I agree, disagree. I'm imagining this is going to be one of those things where it's like I may disagree with literally everything he says. I'm going to have respect for the fact that he just took the time to make the video. And I mean that as in like it is late February and the game released in November. So he does go into the end of the video. I caught the part where he said like there are reasons for why it took this long. He got sick and all that, but anyone who takes the time to really think about this before just making a Ragnarok video after everything that we've seen, I'm just gonna have respect for. So, anyways, let's get into it. See what he's got.
This game had some flaws I didn't like. McDonald's got my order on for the 12th time this week. My wife took the kids and left. No, that one did. That one hurt. And I'm still not going to use that title. I did consider it though, and this video was made with that title in mind because this game did break me, but for different reasons than the Odyssey video, and hopefully that will become clear by the end of the video, if you make it to the end of the video. Good luck. Timestamps are in the...
I do have to agree. Ragnarok has broken me on several occasions. Even the thought of going just to do the end of the game, I literally, all I have to do is Muspelheim and Ragnarok. That's it. That's all I've got left. And I have struggled to bring myself to boot the game back up. And I don't think I'm going to get through all that side content again. So... just thinking about booting it back up. I need to finish the damn game today. I think it's fair to say the discussion around Ragnarok broke you. Yeah, it absolutely did. Almost as bad as the game itself. It just goes to show that it's like people just want to like cash in on something and criticize something popular, but they don't actually want to have a discussion about it. That's why it was kind of funny. In LazerzZ premiere, there was a there was a guy who was, I'm not going to criticize him personally. I was just laughing at the scenario. There was a guy who was like doing the thing where, you know, when you really like something and you're really passionate about it, you defend it like hell. He was like super defending Ragnarok and like criticizing LazerzZ almost as like, you didn't talk about this. You didn't talk about this. It's like, some of it was valid. He didn't talk about a lot of like the game mechanics and stuff like that, but he said in his response, he's like, look, he's like, I talked about the things that were important to me. I just didn't want to talk about any of those things. And one of the mods called the guy out for sending like 400 messages in the last hour or something. And the guy's like, I'm expressing myself just like you. And that comment, for some reason, that just sent me. But anyways.
Description, by the way. You can use them to navigate...
Not an asshole, by the way.
...past this introductory segment to the actual start of the critique, at the risk of completely misunderstanding where I'm coming from. But I guess this is my hottest take, maybe, ever. When I first finished this game, I came out feeling like, yeah...
Wait, what'd that say?
I feel a bit odd.
Ah, 1 second.
But I guess this is my hottest take, maybe, ever.
Haha, laser L takes, so edgy, trying to be different in a hot take. Lol, stop thinking too much, bozo, Brit for real, or something. I don't know how you TikTokers speak. Freedom of speech, bro. Let me flood the chat. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, people need... It's a different perspective whenever you are a viewer versus the creator. Like, I used to be that person where it's like, oh, you know, I want to have a discussion about this, and I end up leaving a lot of comments. I didn't realize that from the other person's perspective, it comes off as you like nitpicking the critique and like trying to correct everything they say, even if it's something you already know. And I get those comments too, and I try to engage with at least one of them. Most of the time, I just address them all at once and don't read the rest. Because it's like... It's just annoying. And I know people don't really have that perspective because they haven't... It's like a from my position perspective type thing. But it's really kind of annoying when someone's like, actually, you said this and this is wrong. You also said this and this is wrong. This isn't correct. It's actually like this. How did you actually miss this? It's like, dude, just lay off. And I understand they're not coming from the perspective of they're trying to correct you, but that's just how it comes off. So it's like, depending on the position you're in, you may come off as like an asshole, or you may be more annoying than you're trying to be. Same with me. If I respond incorrectly, I'm just gonna come off as a douchebag. It's a fine line that makes me not want to respond to comments ever.
When I first finished this game, I came out feeling like, yeah, there was plenty to like. I feel a bit odd and I have some issues, but like, it was a good game, right? And then as I began to dwell on it, analyze it, and really process how I felt, the scale slowly but surely tipped, and god damn it, why don't I just like this game? Everything would have been so much easier if I'd simply enjoyed it. I could praise it as a masterpiece and then nobody would be mad at me. I wouldn't have to fight for my opinion too hard and things would just be easier. I wanted to like this game so fucking badly. I desperately wanted to like this. Even when I knew in my gut something felt off, I stuck to, no, but it's still a good game. And the truth is, I don't like God of War Ragnarok. I don't think it's good. I think it's honestly sort of a complete disaster, and I'm going to try to explain why. Now, odds are, some of you already in the comments absolutely seething. I'm obviously overanalyzing, so I'm sorry for doing my job too well, but this is what I do. I love to delve into media as deeply as I can, pick it apart. It's my bread and butter, and well, if it were my overanalysis that were the issue, you'd also have a problem with my positive videos where I overanalyze media. But it's not that, is it? Anyone mad at this video is mad that I dislike the thing they like, not mad that I'm overanalyzing it too much, not mad that the video is long, not mad that I care so much. They're mad because they don't agree. I know a lot of people will jump to the response.
I would, I wish he didn't feel the need to say this, but I understand why he does. And I would I'd feel a little more negative about him taking the time to explain this if it wasn't for the fact that somebody in the in the chat of his premiere of this video was doing exactly this. They were just mad that he was criticizing the game. Fun fact, the mocap and voice actress who played Angrboda also played Doc Mistuffins. Not gonna say anything, just gonna Google it. Doc Mistuffins. It has 5 seasons, but I don't know what it is. Is it like a kid's show? It looks like a kid's show. So what's her name? Kira Muhammad? Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, sorry, it's Kiara Muhammad, not Kira. I misread that. Or maybe it was misspelled on Google. No, I just misread it. Is this the same person? Because I'm not seeing her credited for Ragnarok. It looks like her. I'm gonna have to be that guy. I'm gonna have to fact check you. I'm sorry. Granted, IMDb is not 100% correct, and I have seen them miscredit people in the past. Well, this is a bad sign. I don't know why my internet just does not want me to stream all of a sudden. Like, bro, I'm running an Ethernet connection from my wall to my router. What do you want from me? Anyway, so I don't know if you guys heard, but okay, so the person who plays Doc McStuffins is Kiara Muhammad, and the girl who plays Angrboda is Leia De Leon Hayes. And they look similar enough. I'm not sure if they sound similar, but oh, you know what? Okay. No, I'm wrong. Okay. Okay. I'm wrong. So I selected the wrong person on the cast of this show because they were what popped up on Google. No, you're right. So yeah, they both played in it. But they both played as the same character in the same year range. So Kiara Muhammad played Doc McStuffins from 2012 to 2016, and I'm sure I'm saying her name wrong, but Leia Hayes played from 2014 to 2020, but they both played the same character. But they couldn't have both played the same character in the same date range, could they? Were they like alternating actresses? And then they have someone else who also played Doc McStuffins from 2012 to 2020. They couldn't have just alternated actresses like every other season, could they? That seems like not good if they did. Dude, we just started the video like last week. Yeah, for real. The Doc McStuffins lore is very deep. No, like, now I'm confused. Like, now you've got me over here looking at it. It's like, wait a minute. So they could not have alternated actresses for this character like every other season in the same year. Like, I would understand if it was like if it was this Kiara Muhammad lady, if it was her from like 2012 to 2014, and then Leia Hayes from 2014 to 2020, but then we also have someone else who is Dr. McStuffins, probably a different character. I don't know. Why would you name one Doctor and one Doc? That seems like a recipe for confusion. Kimberly Brooks, who was from 2012 to 2020. But okay, I guess they also call her Mrs. McStuffins, so that's a different character. I've never seen this show. I'm just looking at the IMDb page. So it's like, this is whack, and I don't like it. And you know what? None of them voiced in Bob the Builder, so none of this matters. What have I unleashed? Me trying to wrap my head around something that I don't understand. Okay, let me pop out chat and like throw it on my OBS so I can just keep that pulled up. So I can like watch my audio and my bitrate and all that. I think I've seen this show once while babysitting for someone, so I know nothing. Man, I would hate to be forced to sit through kids shows. I'm not ready for that part of my life.
So you're just doing this to get clicks. You're just doing this to get views by posting something provocative, and genuinely, no, I'm not doing that. I don't do that. If you think that, you've probably never seen a video of mine before, or you've wildly misinterpreted the way that I present myself. I create videos for my channel to explore my opinions on media so that I can convey, hopefully, an understanding of my position. Whether you agree or disagree isn't the valuable part, it's
what kind of mic does he use?
The information gained and the perspective learned that
Does he... You know what? I need to... I'm sorry, I'm getting so off topic here, but I need to start doing what like guitar YouTubers do. So if you ever watch like guitar cover channels or like musician channels, they always put like their gear in the description. Like they'll be like, "Oh, I'm using like a Mayanis guitar with this audio interface, this software, and this type of guitar pick." And they always do that. I need to start putting that in the description of my videos. Like I'm using a what is this, an SE-X1A microphone going into a Focusrite Scarlett Solo audio interface, and I record with Reaper, because I sometimes watch this stuff and I'm like, what kind of mic is that? Because it almost looks like a dynamic mic, but he has it upright, which makes me think it might be a condenser, but condensers don't usually have that that big foam piece around it. So I'm gonna see if he does the guitar thing, and does he put the type of mic he uses in his description. Let's see here. Nope, he does not. I'm gonna have to start that trend, guys, because man, it almost looks like a dynamic. Hold on, I'm going to Sweetwater's website. You're coming with me. Okay. I know I'm getting off track here, but I need to know. Let's see if we can match it. So this is actually where I buy like my equipment from. Sweetwater is such a great company. So microphones. Okay, now first, is he using an XL? Can I see the cable? I can't. Okay, it could be USB, but I'm gonna go with the assumption that it's not. It looks like a dynamic. It looks like it may be... No. That's that foam piece is way too big for it to be that one. It could be this one. What is this? A supercardioid? Yeah, but why would you use a supercardioid? I'd have to look at the I mean, it almost looks like... No. This one's way too flat. But I mean, if it could be a Sennheiser then. I mean, that's got that like brand recognition, and it's got the right shape. I promise I don't have ADHD. I'm just like this. Okay. If I were to buy a microphone and I knew nothing about microphones, one I probably wouldn't be buying from Sweetwater. Let's filter by Shure and Sennheiser. Even though I use SE is the brand that I go with. For no particular reason, I just bought it because it was cheap and it happens to have really good sound quality, so it's stuck. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Does anyone have any ideas? I will say, because watching kids shows, I've mastered Mickey's voice. My friend can do a really good Mickey Mouse impression. He just makes him say very obscene things. Gino Samuel also does this. It's a good thing to do because it lets you know like what gear you're using for people like me who care. Depends on the kids show for me. Like if someone forced me to sit through Ben 10, Amazing World of Gumball, Adventure Time, regular show then hell yeah, I'd watch that. Yeah, but those Adventure Time I can see. Regular show's more of like a teen show though. It's got a lot of like crude humor. It just barely meets the PG-13. Do you talk to people outside of work regularly? You'd have to specify what you mean by outside of work. Like, do I talk to other YouTubers? I'm in private sessions Discord server, but that's about it. Maybe I shouldn't filter by Shure and Sennheiser. That's just kind of too limiting. But maybe so I mean, Sweetwater's really good at letting me like search by size. Maybe he's using a USB. Is he a USB pleb? I don't know. I need to know, what is your microphone, dude? Why is it so big? It might not even be like a dynamic. He might be using a condenser. I don't know. I went to Amazon because I use Moana XLR. Oh, Mayano. I thought we're talking about kids shows, so I was like, oh yeah, Moana. That's a good movie. Let me see what that Mayano XLR. Let me see what type of mic that is. Oh, is this an audio interface? Yeah. So that's like that's like a sort of like a sort of audio. I say sort of. It is an audio interface. It's just not the one. It's just not the one that I watch, or that I see. You got me thinking about Moana, so now I'm thinking movies. It's not the one that I use. I use the Focusrite Scarlett Solo. I mean, I've heard a lot of people like swear by Focusrite. I myself have like mixed feelings about it because I have like an older one. Audio interfaces are great if you use XLR, by the way. This is what I use. It's got that beautiful red color. But anyways, we were looking at mics because I need to know what this guy is freaking using. Okay, so we're gonna do it this way. So it looks like a dynamic mic, but condenser is better for podcasting, and they usually sit upright. So we know that it would have to be a large diaphragm based on, I mean, no, that's definitely a large diaphragm. And he may just have that like on top of his mic. That may not have come with it, but usually they do. I don't know, man. This is driving me insane. Let's see. I'm gonna have to email him. I'm just gonna have to do it. Be like, hey, I was watching your video and it's driving me crazy. What type of mic do you use? Not because there's anything wrong with the sound quality. It's just, I just want to know. I know he's using a shock mount at least. Like you can kind of see that. You can kind of see the little basket looking thing. He's using that. I'm using one right now. I got one made by Rode where the pop filter doesn't actually come out, which was a mistake. I also had to break it to get my microphone to fit into it, so I can't return it now. I feel like you probably ask your friends where they buy clothes or perfume just from this tangent. I don't ask them where they buy their clothes or perfume, but I am pretty sure that I do ask them just obscure questions like what type of car do you have or shit like that. I just I'm really like I really like audio stuff. So I want to know, because like I mean, whenever I looked into like getting a microphone recently, I actually went to Sweetwater's buying guide for like microphones, and I got into like the polar patterns of how the microphone picks up. So since I'm already on this tangent, I might as well. Where are your buying guides? Sweetwater. It was the nope, not that. I meant, no, I didn't mean that. Microphone buying guide. Or maybe I can just look up polar patterns. Come on, man, throw me a bone. I know what I'm looking for. This is why it takes so long to get through videos, because I just do stupid shit like this. I really should just be like a just chatting streamer, because I can never focus on what I'm doing. Oh, that almost kind of looks like it. But that's a kick drum mic. Why would you use a kick drum? Yeah, that can't be it. I refuse. Anyways, you are not Tom Coke. I know who my sales engineer is. God, I cannot find it. They have like little articles and stuff, and they have one that breaks down the polar patterns of like the different microphones, and I'm sure I could find it if I just like choose a random mic and scroll down a little bit. I'm sure that they have it somewhere down here. Yeah, see, studio microphone buying guide. It breaks down like the different types of microphones, how they work, the polar patterns. So this is really where it gets into like the technical stuff that I'm a nerd for. You have your different polar patterns. This is basically where the mic picks up sound from. So cardioid is best for those like the mic I'm using right now that sit upright. It's only gonna pick up sound from the front. So like if I gently like tap on it, you can hear that. If I tap on the back, you shouldn't hear it nearly as much because it's not right in front of the pickup. Supercardioid and hypercardioid, I mean, looking at the chart, it's like it picks up in the front, but it also sort of picks up in the back here. And you got to keep in mind, like, microphones aren't only used for vocals. It's like microphones are also, especially back in the day, not so much now that like there's so many like amp sim plugins and stuff for guitars. You don't really need to sit with like with a certain guitar amp and have a microphone in front of it, but some people still like to do that because a lot of tube amps have like very iconic sounds that you just can't replicate with the software, even though basically the softwares nowadays are so not diverse, but you can fine tune it to sound like anything. Tapping is a bad example because it vibrates the whole device. That is a very good point I did not think of. A better example would be for me to just start talking and then just turn my microphone around, and I'm basically facing the back of it now, and you should hear like an obvious difference in how it sounds. But now I'm gonna turn it back around. You're gonna hear scratching, and I'm sorry. Like I said, I had to break this thing to get my mic to sit in it. So, sorry for raping your ears there for a second. Omnidirectional, pick up sound from all sides. Figure 8, pick up sounds from like front and back, things like that. I really got into like the nitty gritty of how these mics pick up sound, so that I can really kind of I happen to just get a condenser mic with a cardioid polar pattern, so I happen to like luck out and get something really good. A big issue that I've seen some other people have with mics is that some mics don't have a preamp in them. My mic does not require a preamp. Some dynamic mics, like the Shure SM7B, which is a really common, really popular, podcasting mic. A lot of people don't realize that this mic, from what I understand, requires a preamp. And what a preamp is kind of as it sounds. It is a device that boosts the something. I'd have to look into what exactly a preamp does to really understand, but it's like it. I've never had to deal with preamps because I've always used even especially with music stuff back whenever I was really into like musical equipment. I've never had to use them, but I'm pretty sure it boosts the something. Let me Google it because I'm on this tangent. I might as well be correct. What does a preamp do? Okay. I'm not getting from that article. Sweetwater. Yes, I trust you. So, a preamp isn't a okay, yeah, it's not. This is them talking about how like you can't fix everything with a preamp. Let's see, just like having a great singer makes everything else sound better, getting a better mic makes a vastly greater improvement in the sound of upgrading than digital converter. I'm just trying to find like a basic explanation here. Every gain stage boosts the volume of the signal so that it's useful to the next device in the signal chain. For instance, the weak signal comes from the moving coil in your dynamic microphone's magnetic field is way too low to run into your DAW processing gear. Gotcha. I understand that. So basically, by the sound of it, the preamp boosts the gain of your microphone before it goes into the recording software. Gain, of course, for the not the guys who don't know the jargon. Gain is basically like the you can consider it the volume. It's often it's used to refer to like a lot of different things. In this case, gain would be like boosting the voltage going into your mic, giving your mic more power to pick up more sound. That's how I'm understanding it. A professional musician who knows this stuff, or just anyone who knows stuff better than me, may disagree. And if you do, then you're probably correct. But anyway, so the issue that a lot of people I found have with this microphone is that it doesn't have the proper power and signal. Oh, it comes with a big thing. He may have one of these. It doesn't have like the proper power or signal to really pick up sound very well. So you have to use a preamp basically. Whereas my microphone does not have one. I think it's because it has a built-in preamp. Let me see. This is what my microphone looks like. If you're starting out with YouTube and you have $100 to spare, I do recommend this one. For about like $150, $200, you can get a bundle that has like basically everything you need. Pop filter and all. Does this have a preamp in it? Let me see. Or does it just not need one? Because I mean, don't they all need a preamp? Let me see here. Yep, there's Tom Koch. That's my sales engineer. He's the one who always helps me. Don't know what these words mean. I guess not. If it is, it's just not. It's just not. Maybe it just takes in a high enough voltage. I don't know, man. I'm not an expert. I have passing knowledge for how these things work. Just because I read up on it. But anyways, this is all a long and roundabout way of me saying his audio quality is good. So if this is a dynamic mic, is he using a preamp? And I just want to know what he's using. Also, he's got a Keyblade in the background. But enough of that. Why do you sigh so essentially? I sigh about like 50 to 100 times per day. It's how I decompress, and I do a lot of decompressing throughout the day because my life doesn't suck, but I hate stress. Anyways, oh, he's got is that a lightsaber in the background? That's cool too. He's got a lot of like neat stuff in this room. We should rob it. No, just kidding. I don't condone stealing people's property. Get your own stuff. Anyways, I don't know how long that tangent went on for, but I do know when I make my timestamps, for this stream, I am gonna have to timestamp that so people can skip it. Streaming of the day. Salty Shrimp Pasta wants to learn about buying a shiny microphone more than watching someone else's opinion on God of War Ragnarok videos. Since you brought it up, and I know I just closed the page. 1 second. Let me go back to Sweetwater. I have been looking at really expensive microphones. And where was I? I was looking at Newman. Now, there's no, like, particular reason why I was looking at Newman. They're just, like you said, they are shiny, and they have a big price tag, so that makes my gamer brain go, oh, they must be good. Even though that's not actually how that works. I was considering a ribbon microphone, which, basically, there's like a... It's like a subtle difference between, I don't want to go into another tangent about, like, microphone setups, and I don't know enough to, like, say it off the top of my head, but ribbon microphones, from what I understand, are just known for having a very natural sound to them, and as opposed to condenser and dynamic microphones. But ribbon microphones are really expensive, probably because I think it said, like, they're some of the best microphones you can get your hands on. So I'm just sticking with, like, large diaphragm condensers because that's what I have and that's what works. I've been looking at some, like, as you can see, Newman is, like, a top quality. I mean, this is a freaking $8,000 microphone. I don't think I'm ever going to buy something like that. If I were to get something, I would probably get, like, this one. And look, it even comes with, like, a little box. Like, what is there not to like about this? You get a freaking box out of it. So, the thing is, I don't actually know. I mean, it's still got a cardioid pattern, though, so it's like, that's a plus. I just eventually want to have, I just want to own, like, a super expensive microphone that I have to, like, put in a display case and be like, don't touch it or I'll kill you. That's my goal. Anyways, I'm going to bed in an hour and 20 minutes. Well, I'm sorry for wasting your time. I recently bought Ahsoka Tano lightsabers for 500. Really lovely. Can't wait to cosplay. Cosplay? Nerd. Totally worth it. Comes with a box. I know, isn't my logic so childish? like, I'm looking at, like, a $1,000+ microphone. I'm like, yeah, but, like, guys, it comes with a box. If that doesn't say fancy, I don't know what does. Anyways, let's get on with the video. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
I think is important because no matter what I say in this video, you don't have to leave it with the same conclusion.
But it's a really good box. It is a really good box. That's the thing. Like, now for context, I do keep my microphone, like, my microphone came in a box that has, like, a styrofoam, like a foam filling to put the mic in. I never threw that box away. Like, that's what I keep it in, because I'm like, what better place is there to store this mic in than the box it came in, type thing. So when I'm done, I'll, like, take my mic and I'll put it back in the box and, like, put it in a drawer that I keep it in, as opposed to just, like, leaving it out, because whenever you pay a lot of money for, like, music equipment, you learn to take care of it. You know, don't bang your guitars into the ceiling fan when you're changing strings because you're stupid and you're too tall for your room. I'm not, but I am stupid, and I have done that many times, actually, with my guitars and my bass guitars. I have, like, knocked them into the ceiling fan. I'm stupid. In my defense, though, going from like a 6-string to a 7-string guitar, and you got the neck is longer, and then going from, like, a 7 to an 8-string, which I haven't even learned how to properly play my 8-string yet, mostly because the pickups are trash and need replaced, but that's what I get for buying an Agile. It's like, it's sometimes hard when you're used to, like, your guitar being a certain length, and you're like, oh yeah, you know, I got some clearance, and then you got this 8-string guitar that's got a freaking, like, what's the scale? I'd have to look. I think it's like 23.5 inches. No, that's got to be way too big. I can look up the dimensions, because the scale of your guitar is, like, really important. I'm sure I can find it. It was an 8-string. I got it from Agile Guitars. They don't have them for sale. Okay. It's an extended range. I know that. I just need like a general measurement. I guess I'll look at Guitar Center. Why not? Let's just use like one of them as a basis. I used to know this off the top of my head. It's been quite a while since I've cared. It could be like a 26-inch scale. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Point being, it's large, and you kind of have a bad time judging the length. Sadly, my Yamaha keyboard sits in my closet in its box because I don't have room for it right now. I have a keyboard next to my computer right now that I purchased with the intention of learning how to write electronic music with like a audio synthesizer. And I have not. I bought the program. It's Massive X by Native Instruments. And unfortunately, I don't think it has a standalone version yet. The day it does is going to be a miracle. Right now, it's plug-in only. So I just use it with Reaper, and I was gonna learn how to use it with the intention of like writing some music for my videos, but I don't really have the patience to learn the software right now. I say I don't have the time. It really comes down to patience. And so this keyboard is just like sitting next to my desk, not getting used. Granted, it's not like I can put it anywhere else because I think I did get like a 64 key keyboard. I got like a big one. I think it's not a Yamaha. It's like a key station or something like, or a Keybase. Something like that. I can look on my Sweetwater account, but I'm not going to because I've already wasted enough of your guys' time. Let's just get back to the video.
The great thing about all this, it's called having an opinion. Yours can differ, and that's the point of what I do. I explore mine as in-depth as I can to try and make actual arguments.
We're 3 minutes into the video.
I said after I made...
Did I actually just start it over? Oh my god.
I explore mine as in-depth as I can to try and make actual arguments rather than just ranting about banal things. See, I said it right that time. So you can say, yeah, I get where you're coming from. Maybe you don't agree with my conclusion, but you can at least understand why I would feel the way that I do. It's the reason I watch long-form critiques. I like seeing that alternate perspective articulated in a way that makes me nod along, even if I find myself ultimately disagreeing with the conclusion of the piece. Making videos like this becomes harder with each passing year as more and more people make film, television, and video games their entire personality and really push back against any form of criticism. You see it mainly with Star Wars, Marvel, but it seems even Avatar stands have popped up out of nowhere 15 years later.
Are you saying Jesus Christ because I'm stupid and restarted the video, or because we're only 3 minutes into it? Because both apply.
Defend their franchise, but I would hope that despite disagreement being something that will happen, this video can still act as something insightful that can give you a new perspective on a popular piece of art. Who am I kidding? I could make the nicest critique on earth and people would still wish that my mother gets cancer, so fuck all of you. Fuck everyone who doesn't agree. I hope this video upsets you to your core and gives you chronic back pain, because this thing absolutely fucking broke me. What the...
Again, with context, it's like normally I'd be like, oh man, you know, I don't know why you feel the need to say this, but it's like there was a guy in the chat on his premiere who was doing exactly what he just talked about, just like getting super freaking huffing and puffing about him, like just disliking the game. So they're out there, and they will get you.
So, look, disclaimer part.
So, you see, the best transitions, see, he had to pretend to, like, make a mistake and trip and fall right there. He should aspire to get to the point I'm at where he doesn't need to pretend. He just straight up is like, yeah, let's hit that full screen button and restarts the video. I kind of agree with that point. There are people out there who do make media their entire personality. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much where the term stands come from, if I understand correctly. But then there's me. I'm so much better than everybody else. I'm above everybody. I never make any mistakes. I don't go on 20-minute tangents about microphones 3 minutes into a video. It's just Never happens. Not once. So not everyone can be as perfect and wonderful and have a chiseled jawline like me. You know, it's like not everyone can be as curvy as me and have, like, you know, fat in all the right proportions to just barely pass as not like a blob. You know, it's very, very difficult living your life not being me. That's what I understand. Okay, I know in fishy form. um anyways. I don't even feel the need to say that was sarcasm. I feel like it was obvious.
Part 2, I guess. I wanted to add some context before we really get into the meat of this. There's a lot to talk about, so I'm not really in a rush at all, to be honest. We have all day. In fact, shall I put the kettle on? How many sugars? I'm sorry, did you say 6? No, I'm sorry, that's absolutely ridiculous. This video is about to become why that's the wrong amount of sugars to have, I mean, ever actually. That's, no, we're talking about. This part of the video is really just because I got a comment on my Horizon video that said, I don't want to hear things about your life. I don't care. And I'm
Wait, I want to read the comment.
No, we're talking about. This part of the video is really just because I got a comment on my Horizon video that said, I don't want to hear things.
Interesting work, thanks, but I think it would be better if you didn't talk about yourself. Damn. Oh, talk so long about your... Okay, I completely skipped over that. If you didn't talk so long about yourself, that's much better. Personally, I don't care about your life, your girlfriend, your technical issues. I just wanted a good in-depth analysis of Horizon Forbidden West. Don't take it bad. I really like this video. Buddy, I think he took it bad. Yeah. I didn't think you were, like, calling me out or anything like that. It's just, sometimes, I mean, you know people can just, like, completely miss context, no matter how obvious it is, but it's funny. I legit read that at first. It'd be better if you didn't talk about yourself. And I was like, what? No, he said if you didn't talk so long about yourself. But hey, man, I respect the diss. You show them, haters. You show them it got to you.
Things about your life. I don't care. And I'm bitter. I'm petty. And I'm a bit of a dick. I just wanted to say that this was like a joke. Like, the guy was not being mean at all. I'm not actually mad. I even explained why my videos are the way that they are and why I create them in the style that I do, and they were really understanding and said, have a good Christmas or something, so...
Yeah, most people that come off as dicks in the comments aren't trying to be. So the best thing you can do is not respond like calling him an asshole or something like that, but I do think it's funny that he took the time to do this anyways.
I'm not actually, like, mad or anything. I just thought it was funny for the bit.
Although it does sound like he's kind of coping in this part where he's like, no, like, I'm not actually mad. It's just a joke, guys. It's just a bit. And it's like, are you sure? I mean, I'm not calling him a liar, but there's a lot of, like, a lot of obligatory I have to say this or someone's going to take this out of context stuff in the start of this video, but I'm not going to say anything because I went on a 20-minute long tangent about microphones, so.
Anyway.
That better be coffee. If it's not coffee, I'm going to be really disappointed.
Originally, I wasn't even sure I was going to make this video at all. The reason being, the more I reflected and the more I scrutinized the game, the more I just started to dislike the whole thing. I worry that not conforming to the mainstream opinion will lead people to say my validity as a critic is diminished. I know logically that's not true. Odyssey Broke Me was going against the mainstream opinion and plenty of others do it regularly. I just felt greatly uncertain. I find critiquing a fun exercise. I don't try to like things the same way as I just don't try to dislike things. I just feel a certain way and then I delve into why I feel that way based on evidence that I can find in the thing. I think some people assume that deep analysis will always devolve into nitpicking and finding bad things, but that's not true. My God of War 2018 video is deep and heavily critical, but 99% of it leans positively. Analysis finds the best and worst parts of a thing, and whether you give a shit depends on you, and I guess the audience that I want most are the people who think similarly to I do, not in terms of their opinion, but in terms of wanting to be critical, so I should be authentic to myself, right? Whether you enjoy a thing or not is based purely on your own standards.
I've never really put too much thought about the audience I want. The biggest thing is, like, I know the audience that I don't want, but I'm also afraid of the audience I might end up with. Not because it's like, oh, I just think they're all going to be assholes or something. It's like, I don't want to end up with an audience where everybody's the embodiment of chaos. But seeing as how that's how I come off on streams, just because I'm just very like outgoing on streams and just very extra, I feel like that's what I'm going to end up with. And I'm going to end up with a bunch of people where I'm going to come into the Discord server in the morning and I'm going to get like a message from my mods or whoever's modding my server in the future, and they're going to be like, dude, you need to do something, like the shit's on fire. They're posting femboy pics everywhere. They're having like furry roleplay in general chat. Just ironically, you know, of course, because who would do that unironically? That's sarcasm. But I feel like I'm just gonna come in one day and just I'm gonna have to like nuke one of my chats. Like general chat is just gonna get so insane. I'm just gonna have to like lock the server and nuke it, and then I'm gonna have to come back and I'm basically gonna have to do what Patrician TV did with his server, where I have to lock it for a few weeks, and then I have to like send in the cleanup crew to like just mop everything up, and then I gotta set something where chats are deleted after like 24 hours or something like that, because it's the only way I'm gonna be able to deal with you fuckers. But that's that's what keeps me up at nights. Is like, how am I going to prevent this from happening? Because I don't think it's possible. Shrimp, please don't talk about you so much. I'm here to watch a Ragnarok video. The way I go into things is that I go in with good faith and try to act like something, and try to like something, but if something just isn't jiving with me, I'll either come to a conclusion of if it's me or the game thing. Yeah, exactly. They're posting femboy pics everywhere. I felt that. Well, you are the you are the main culprit of Femboy Friday. So it's not Friday, so no femboys here. Or is that Sunday? No, my concern is we're gonna get something for every day of the week. Like, I don't even want to give you guys ideas. So, but it's like every day of the week is gonna be like a gimmick, and then that freaking like cringe containment chat is just gonna be full of like something all the time. And of course, me being me, it's like I hate notifications, so I have to know what's been posted in the chat. And I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna be like, oh my god, like since when do we have like freaking Matriarch Monday or some shit? I guess Mommy Monday would be the thing, but there's only 3 respectable femboys. Brother Near 2.0, Astolfo, and Raiden from Metal Gear Rising. See, Raiden's the only one I understood there, but I'm questioning if he counts. The doubt hurts. I doubt everybody all the time. Don't take it personal. Also unrelated, MGR, Vanquish, and Spyro 3 deserve sequels. Did Spyro 3 not get a sequel? I thought Year of the Dragonfly was supposed to be the sequel to Spyro 3. As well as The Evil Within 2. Don't give them ideas. Yeah, I know. It's like I feel this need to like share my thoughts. Even if it's detrimental to me in the future. In fact, my parents are in the other room, and this conversation is getting like really worrying. I'm gonna go like use the restroom and turn on the dehumidifier to kind of drown out some of the noise, so they don't hear what I'm talking about. I'll be right back. Okay, if you hear a humming in the background, that is my dehumidifier, and it's on for my own good. OMG, dude, stop talking about a microphone. I'm here for Dad of Boy Ragnarok. No, like how Crash 4 did the sequel stuff, disregarding everything that came out after Crash 3 and just continues from the remake trilogy. I mean, they could do something like, shit, what's it called? Legend of Zelda. I don't know how I forgot that. Where it's like, oh, it's just a different timeline, so canon doesn't have to make sense. Sorry, I forgot this is a Christian Minecraft server. Dehumidifiers are great, just bought one. They're great for creating background noise, that's what I learned. Not so much great if you get, like, nosebleeds, which I don't, but lack of humidity certainly can't help. Anyways, off the topic of femboys, back on Dad of Boy.
You're always going to find it nitpicking if
Dad of Femboy should be the next God of War game.
It was an aspect that you personally overlooked and had no issues with. You're going to think the person who's saying that it's a problem is nitpicking. They're finding something to be mad about, whereas the reality is they just didn't like it and you didn't think it was that big of a problem. I feel like to keep my videos genuinely interesting and full of substance, I have to keep my standards high, and I can't simply choose to overlook things I'd otherwise critique just because it's a Sony first-party game in a beloved franchise. These videos are always Trojan horses, sometimes for Assassin's Creed, other times for in-depth discussions about the state of my mental health due to reading too many YouTube comments. It's probably important to establish where this review, critique, analysis, egoflex is coming from. Egoflex? Is that... Oh no, that's not what I meant at all. I don't think Ragnarok is necessarily a badly made game, or at least...
Okay, that actually caught me off guard. I'm not gonna laugh. Or I'm not gonna lie.
It wasn't made by incompetent people. It's just that video games are a sum of their parts, not the parts as individual things. So where Ragnarok does often create systems that on their own are well polished and fun, the way they're combined, contextualized, and interweave often leaves a lot to be desired. And
wow, he's using Dropnir to kill Heimdall. What a pleb. The Blades of Chaos do more damage to him.
Hinders the overall experience in ways that were absolutely not the case.
Which was actually surprising for me to find out. I think the Blades of Chaos, just in general, it seems like they do less damage to mobs and more damage to bosses. I don't know what that's about. But I noticed the Blades doing more damage to both Heimdall and Nidhogg for some reason. I'm not sure what that is. Just move to a dry place that you don't need dehumidifiers, life hack. But then what's going to make the background noise? Like, then what's going to drown out the cringe conversation so my parents can't hear it? They probably can anyways, they're just not going to ask questions.
In God of War 2018. So it means that even when I did like things, they often went ahead and ruined them by integrating them poorly or contextualizing them sloppily. Sloppily? Is that a word? I need to stop second-guessing myself after that whole egoflex thing. And what it makes for is a disjointed, dysfunctional, and lackluster experience in almost every avenue. I said almost. You hear me? I said almost. Yes, there are, of course, things I like in this game, and I often find replays necessary to solidify these things, because sometimes a first-time buyers can make grand moments seem...
Humidifiers or AC? I mean, I guess, but it's like... It doesn't have that, like, low rumble that this dehumidifier has, where it's like, it's like those Zoomer microwave memes. It legit goes burr, you know? It's like, helps me sleep. So I hear a loud crash in the middle of the night, and I'm like, I'm sure it's just the house settling. I'm glad this guy hasn't yelled woke unironically yet. I don't think he's going to. He doesn't strike me as the type. I do disagree. I don't have a channel as big as him, so I don't get thrashed in the comments as often, I'm sure, but I do disagree with the need to, like, justify yourself. I think, then again, I kind of implicitly understand why he does the things the way he does. Clearly, the people watching his stuff don't. Come on, I don't know where he lives, but I love living in a swamp. You must be in Louisiana. Or Brazil, or South America, or something. Well, no, that's more of a rainforest. That's not really a swamp, yeah. You must be in Louisiana or Mississippi or something. Or the Everglades. Just buy a white OG 360. I actually have a black Xbox 360 Slim. That fan is loud.
Incredible, but on a second run or closer inspection, you realize, oh, no, shit, I didn't like it the way I thought I did, because you don't have the initial shock and the in-the-moment emotions. You can take a step back and see it for what it is, and there are some things that I think stand up to that test. One of which is the gorgeous soundtrack. It's something that honestly elevates even some poorly scripted moments. The track, A Sun's Path, is maybe my favorite God of War track, full stop. It's perfect, they use it at all the right times, it perfectly encapsulates this journey for Atreus/Loki, and it just...
Nope, Wisconsin is a nice swamp. Really? Isn't Wisconsin... I'm not good with my geology... But, pretty sure Wisconsin's up there by Michigan, isn't it? Yeah, you're around the Great Lakes. Do they really have a swamp? I did not know. Although it is kind of funny to think now that I'm looking at it. And I'm not sure as a Wisconsinian, Wisconsinonian, whatever. I'm not sure as a Wisconsinonian if you're gonna appreciate this, but Wisconsin looks like half of Africa cut off. So there's your little daily dose of geography trivia. Is your state looks weird. I mean, it's not one for one, of course, but it's like the first thing I thought of when I saw it. So, this looks more like a horse. This looks more like a rhino. Anyways, I suck at geography, so there you go. Let's see. Imagine living in a swamp. Lol, Shrek is your neighborhood. Wisconsin is mostly marshland, not swamp, but I like calling it that. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, marshlands and swamps are similar enough to where I think you could conflate the two. Wisconsinite. Isn't that what Superman is like, dangerously, that's like his vulnerability? Is the Wisconsinite. It just makes me think of, like, Superman just being in Wisconsin and he's just getting bodied by everybody. He's like, what the fuck is this about? They're like, it's Wisconsinite, man. The shit my mind thinks of. Oh my god.
Sounds really, really good. Ben McCreary did a standout job. It's just absolutely stunning. It's pretty wait, no, sorry. In my notes I wrote here, it's pretty graphic. I think I meant it's got pretty graphics, which reading that aloud sounds really dumb anyway, but...
Swamp tier list win. I will say that, years and years ago, my mom used to take. I think I mentioned this. Yes, I know it's. Yes, Jester, I know it's kryptonite. that was the joke, my man. Several years ago, and I think I kind of went into this in my Metro video when I talked about why I don't like swamps in games. My mom did take us to do like a riverboat ride where we can go see the gators. And a guy was like, hey, we got like a gator nest over here. Let me show you what these eggs look like. And he like got out of the boat. I was like, oh my god, this guy's gonna die. This gator's, because, you know, if you've never seen alligators, or even crocodiles would be like a close second. They're fast. Like, they are crazy fast. So one could literally have like they can creep up on you too. So it would have like creeped up on land, and it would have been on him before he would have even known what was going on. Because they're not going to hiss at you if they see you, like, near their eggs. They're just going to fucking kill you.
The game does look marvelous. It's not a huge upgrade from 2018 in terms of its visuals, but the little things are so much nicer, from the way that snow tessellates to particle effects, draw distances, the way the faces animate in cutscenes, and textures on armor and weapons. The game looks tremendous, and it running on performance mode gives you a solid 60 FPS while retaining a crisp resolution, which was honestly really impressive. The realms feel truly realized visually, and they're distinctive from one another, which helps to ground you in the space you're moving through, which is important for a game like this to do. There are a few scenes that are really nice. They play into the strengths of God of War 2018 in character and the subtlety that made that game shine, and really allow things to feel meaningful. That's enhanced by the actors giving it their absolute all in these scenes. Chris Judge and Sonny Suljic are killing it. I'm talking moments like Kratos telling the story of the woodcutter, Atreus consoling his father in Helheim, the more slow and subtle moments towards the start of the game. There are points when they get it so right. I just feel these moments are held together by sticks and mud, so while they're good, they're not as cohesive with the entire experience the way they would have been in 2018.
See, I prefer the analogy it's held together by cum and popsicle sticks, but to each their own.
I think the ending is good. Maybe not the whole entire execution of the ending, but where the game ends for Kratos and Atreus is, I'd say, pretty perfect. I think that's the thing I'm most happy with, that at least the game didn't go in a direction I felt was wrong, which is something I want to get straight. I don't think God of War Ragnarok is wrong for doing anything it did on a conceptual level. Where it takes its characters or story isn't wrong on a very base, fundamental level. I'm not criticizing the idea of the game's direction, I'm criticizing the execution of it, which is an important distinction to make, because I've had a lot of people over the last couple months say that you just had your expectations wrong. I don't know why I did that voice. That's what I imagine you sound like in the comments, I'm sorry. And that's not true. I've never been someone to dismiss something on a conceptual level. I never disliked something based on what it was trying to do or the direction it was taking its story, and that I just had a different idea for where the narrative should have gone. I dislike things when they're done badly, and I genuinely do think for the most part God of War Ragnarok is executed poorly. I'm sorry. A 2-for-1 deal sounds great. You'll get it all the time at Domino's Pizza. This video does not endorse Domino's Pizza. For free? Think about sponsoring me, and I'll think about your pizzas more often. You get 2 pizzas for the price of 1, which is really good when it's 2 whole pizzas that you...
See, that's the thing. You have to get 2 pizzas for the price of 1 with Domino's, because they're shit. But what do I know? I eat Papa John's and DiGiorno. I actually have some DiGiorno in the fridge. I should eat that later. Or maybe I should stop eating it altogether. I'm pretty sure it's turning my guts into mush, but it tastes good.
Getting. However, God of War Ragnarok is more like if you paid for one pizza and then you still got one pizza, but another pizza was also mushed onto the first pizza.
That's stupid.
Are you going to eat that? I mean, maybe someone might say yes.
I feel bad for this guy. Swamp Thing, Alan Moore, run number 1. I feel bad for this guy's. What do you feel bad for him? Because he eats Domino's? I mean, are you saying you feel bad for me because I eat freaking too much pizza in my life? I blame my manager because one of my first like direct supervisors when I got this job, he and I would like always talk, because I don't want to talk about like his life, his kids, his wife, and stuff like that. I don't feel like that's work appropriate, so we just talk about pizza, and it led to me eating a lot of pizza. That's a waste of good pizza. I mean, it's still edible.
I think one of the most crucial aspects that even people who like the game have found an issue with is the pacing of the story. Ragnarok is very clearly 2 games in 1 game. I think that's abundantly clear by the fact most people expected that this was a trilogy, and into Ragnarok's development, Corey basically decided that, yeah, they could do it all in 1 game rather than 2, which suggests that it was originally 2, well, originally 3, Corey decided that, yeah, they could do the rest of the story in 1 game rather than 2, which suggests that it was originally 3 games in total.
Why did you think it was a better idea to end the North series with 2 games? You know, why do you think it was a more efficient way?
I got this one unlocked. Ask that other guy.
Okay. Oh, no, wait, that was your idea? No way.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Corey, take it away, man. You know, can you?
All right. So there are several reasons. I think one of the most important reasons is the first game took 5 years. The second game, I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm just going to throw out that it's going to take a close to similar time, right, to do this. And then if you think, wow, a third one in that same, we're talking like a span of close to 15 years of a single story.
Right.
And I feel like that's just too stretched out. Like, I feel like we're asking too much to say the actual completion of that story taking that long just feels too long. And given sort of where the team was at and where Eric was at with what he wanted to do, I was like, look, I think we can actually do this in the second story.
Now, I've stated before that if it could be condensed well, then always do less games, because too many stories stretch themselves across multiple entries and it's exhausting. Ragnarok is honestly a rare case where it actually needed more time. We needed 2 games. This isn't a well-condensed story. It's crammed to the point that the game...
I feel like something they probably didn't mention in the interview that was 100% a concern is Christopher Judge's health. This is all speculation, but we do know that he did have those surgeries back in what do you call it? Oh man, was that 2020 or was that 2021? I think it was 2020 when he had his hip and knee replacement. So I'm pretty sure they were like, we don't want to put Christopher Judge through another 5 years of this, basically. Of course, like the mocap stuff wouldn't take 5 years to complete, but you still have to consider those things. Like, is he able to do something like physically intensive? Especially if, you know, I mean, he's only getting older. No offense to him, of course, but they had to delay the game because of his health, so it's like it is a consideration of like not just is he up for the task, but like should we really put him through this if we don't have to, type thing. And seeing as Santa Monica generally comes off as a studio that cares about their employees, it definitely makes me wonder if that's something that they considered. I feel like 15 years is too much, or Martin be like, yeah, for real. I feel like I need to read the actual Game of Thrones books at some point. That's another one of those fantasy stories that it's like, I'm not really interested in the movie, but I think I would like the books. You see, I find this a bizarre point. I feel like Ragnarok is pretty well paced for the most part, especially when you consider the fact that the 9 Realm armies isn't all that massive. Yeah, it is, but I can't. The more I've thought about it, the more I feel like it probably could have been 2 separate games. One thing that I realized is like, one second. Excuse me. So one thing that I've realized is the game is well paced, but it's like the pacing is too fast all the way through, as opposed to like there are some individual areas that feel too fast and too slow, but for the most part, it does feel like the game is not. Whereas God of War 2018 was like a nice walk for the pace, Ragnarok feels more like a jog, and it can lead to moments where it's like it kind of feels like plot points do get resolved too quickly, which I know I didn't personally have issues with some of those scenes, like the Freya one that everyone talks about, but it does make me think it probably would have been better if it was paced a little slower and it did have the time to properly explore some of these things. Now, I think what came together is ultimately good, but I can't. The more I've thought about it, the more I'm like, yeah, it still probably could have been better, and I would have liked to see some more exploration of the different cultures. Especially, it's like I go into detail at the end of my video where I talk about every single setup for a potential plot point leading to building the armies of the Nine Realms that goes nowhere. We have the 2 Dark Elves from Freyr's camp, and Freyr himself, that could have a lot to do with, like, going to Alfheim to build the armies and things like that, trying to broker a peace between the 2 of them now that we've seen it is possible. We have the entire Dwarven resistance that we learn about in this game with Durlin and Rabe and, like, all those people, that it would be really, really interesting to have an entire section where we just, like, completely liberate the dwarves from Aesir control and reestablish their independence. Same thing with Vanaheim. It's like we don't really kick out the Einherjar and restore the Vanir throne. We don't really do that. We just kind of kill Odin, and then I guess everyone stays in hiding because they didn't get the memo, or they presumably come out of hiding after the credits roll and the game's over. For real this time, not the post game. So it's like, I feel like there was more that could be done, and the more I've thought about it, the more I kind of wish that it would have been done, because we would have gotten at least some sort of exploration into these cultures. It's like, you know, we learned very little about the Dwarven culture and what exactly the Aesir undermined, except for what Mimir and Freya say, and it would have been really cool to get to explore that more. But then again, that could just be that the world building is usually at such a consistent quality, like consistently good quality, that it makes me wish we got more of it. Isn't Todd Howard reaching 20 as executive producer? Yeah, since most Todd Howard memes are from when he was still, like, pretty young looking, he's looking around 50. If you haven't seen, like, a recent interview with him or something, like, he's looking pretty old. His age is catching up with him. Fast-paced stories can be good, like Gents, but I suppose it's harder to execute. I think any story is hard to execute. So are you arguing that it could have been longer to expand to certain plot points or story arcs? Because if so, then I'd agree, but I'm not sure if splitting into 2 games would solve the issues. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's easy to think that this could be better when we don't see it in execution, versus having something that's good that we know resolves at least somewhat satisfying. So it's like, I do think it would be interesting to see those plot points explored, but in execution, it may sound like really good, as that guy said. It may sound good on paper, but it may not work out in execution so well. I don't know. It's just some thoughts I had. I was like, man, it would have been really cool if we could have done this, but obviously that would just lead to other issues, like it taking 15 years for the story to wrap up and stuff, but we'd have to see. That's why I try to make it clear. It's like, whenever I suggest, whenever I give, like, writing pointers, I'm not telling the writers that I'm better than them. I'm just saying, hey, here's some ideas that I thought about, and if someone can take away from it and make a good story, great, but I don't think anyone should take anything a YouTuber says as far as writing verbatim, unless there's somebody like Joseph Anderson who is an author. Even then, I haven't even read Joseph Anderson's books, so I don't know if he's good, but he at least has that background experience. My wife left me on paper. That's literally what being married but separated is. Oh my god, that's amazing.
It feels like a rush to the end. Ragnarok isn't one game because it serves the story better, it's one game because they didn't want to be trapped working on a third for another 5 years, which, while fair enough, they're human beings, it doesn't make the outcome good, does it? Which speaks to the fact that this wasn't done for artistic integrity reasons, it was done for personal reasons, which, like I said, is completely fine, but it harms the art, doesn't it? And that's what we're talking about in this video.
I wonder if there's much of a difference between artistic integrity and personal reasons. Interesting thing to say, but I don't really think I could counter it with anything.
also suggest that if you're going to start something like this, you really should have the foresight to know how long 3 games is going to take you. I don't like the idea that you can just make a masterpiece first entry into a trilogy and then decide after you realize how tough it was, have the creative director move to a different project, have the team say, well, we can just phone it in as the second one wraps it all up and calls it a day. Corey made the first part of an idea that in his head spanned 3 or more entries, but instead he stepped down, passed on the mantle, and the team made something else to push the 2 games together and got a story concluded, but it hurts the experience even more because 2018 was clearly made as the first entry into a trilogy. And I'm not saying that Sony should have forced Corey to make the trilogy. That's ridiculous. What I'm actually saying is that if Corey's vision for that trilogy could not be realized, no sequel should have been made. The game should have stood on its own as a singular entry. And that's because it's not 3 games condensed into 2 games, which would have been easier had they known from day one it needed to be 2 games instead of 3. It's 1 game into 1 game, and then 2 games into 1 game. And what this does is breed further disparity between 2018 and God of War Ragnarok in its tone, pacing, structuring, and overall design philosophy. It also really hurts hearing Corey talk about his plans that we never got to see.
If we do a second game or a third game, you're gonna go back to the first one and you're gonna be like, oh my god, that was there. Right? I have so many things in there. They're just setups for much later and much later and really far later. So I'm a lunatic.
In God of War 2018, we have room for.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't want to diss Eric Williams. He did a really good job as like in his position, and I feel like I feel like his direction is what made Ragnarok such an even experience across the board. So I really don't want to diss him and say like, you know, Cory Barlog was better, because I'll tell you this much. God of War 2018 was heavily inspired by The Last of Us, because Cory Barlog is a big fan of Naughty Dog's games and Neil Druckmann's writing. I was not wanting to see how The Last of Us 2 was going to affect God of War Ragnarok, so I'm not sure if Cory being at the helm would have made things go in a very Last of Us 2 style direction, but I do think that for, you know, given the situation, I think Eric Williams really did handle things well, and he did help push things into... He pushed the game into greatness. Weiss says clearly envisioned a trilogy. Did they come out like Cassie Hudson from me and talked about a trilogy de facto? I think it's just the number of plot points that got dropped. And I think that... It was, to my understanding from the interviews, that things were still up in the air about whether there would be 2 or 3 games, and then they decided that 2 games could wrap it up. But it does feel like they were shooting for a trilogy before deciding, and I wouldn't say they phoned it in, personally. I feel like all things considered, they did the best that they could. Especially if you consider like the sheer number of gameplay expansions that they did. And I call them expansions because not many gameplay improvements, but a lot of expansions. So I wouldn't really say that it's like, I don't know. I feel like that one's just like a little bit unfair, because Eric Williams had a big role in making sure that every area of the game felt even, and I really think that even though he wasn't like on the writing team, of course, because Cory Barlog's a writer, I don't think Eric Williams is. He's still been with the series since the beginning. So here's the thing. The team who made Ragnarok could have been inspired by The Last of Us Part 2, but it doesn't mean that they had to agree with every decision they made with that game. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how it would turn out. I just remember there being some level of concern with like, oh god, is Kratos about to get joled? Is that what's going to happen? And Atreus will be the playable character the entire game. But I was just concerned about it. But obviously game's out now. There's nothing to be concerned about. It really didn't impact it that much. In fact, I think that they took a lot of the ideas and did them much better. Which I wonder if he touches on that. But anyways, we're 16 minutes into like a 2-hour video, so I should shut up.
Everything the story wants to do. A meaningful relationship formed between a father and son who have been mourning the loss of their wife and mother, respectively. There's an arc of self-discovery in Kratos which plays on the themes and events of the original trilogy to bring him closure on the things he did, an arc which plays into the core themes of family. There's Atreus' arc of discovering who he is to his father and without his mother, gaining a sense of individuality, and that arc informs Kratos' arc, which informs the relationship between them, which is the foundation of the story being told. It has a focus and it has a goal. All of these aspects of the narrative play together in a way which is cohesive, meaningful, and well-paced. We also have a lot of additional narrative aspects in that of Rock and Sindri, Freya and Balder, as well as Thor, Magni, and Modi, all of which tell their own smaller scale stories that again reinforce the narrative we're exploring with our main characters. It's cohesive, it's interweaving, it's bloody marvelous. All of this is achieved because it's one game telling one story. It has one purpose. It has many aspects of one singular focus, and that bleeds into every aspect of the game. Aspects we will inspect more closely later, but for now, consider how the focus being so well focused, allows for the side content, the open world, the exploration, combat even, to all feel like a part of a singular whole. The sum of its parts is strong, it's firm, it's me when I play the game, and this doesn't even touch upon the actual quality of the writing itself, the intricacies with which the sentences are constructed and the dialogue is thought out. In God of War Ragnarok, we do not have room for everything it wants to do, which includes, but is not limited to, a journey of self-discovery for Atreus, again, an exploration of significance or lack thereof of prophecy, the exploration of who Faye was, revoking her mystique so that we can have a famous actor in mocap, a reversal of Freya's position from the last game within a matter of only a few hours, exploration of every realm in the Norse world, explaining where Jormungandr came from, an allegory for Kratos' relationship with Atreus using Thor and Thrud and a drinking addiction, a mystery established about a champion of the Jotnar, Tyr, who was meant to be dead, is back, the civil war between the elves, Freya's rebellion in Vanaheim, Brock died and Sindri found his soul pieces and literally resurrected him, dropped on us randomly during exploration dialogue, Odin's deep manipulation of our main cast but also of his own family, a MacGuffin mask that is linked to a realm tear that is interesting but also pointless outside of getting characters to do things because plot, a journey in which Kratos comes to terms with his past and becomes a better person, again, and somehow they still decided not to tell us who blew the fucking horn! And none of these things, by themselves, are bad ideas, they're just not. They're all pretty good ideas. It's just, the game itself doesn't have enough time to explore them or interweave them in a way that makes the experience feel cohesive. In 2018, something as small as going
Yeah, I kind of had that feeling when I was trying to explain exactly what the main theme of Ragnarok is, and I can't, is what I came up with. Think of it like how Dead Space Remake was inspired by the success of RE2 Remake, but saw its flaws and decided to avoid them, mainly in the content department. Yeah, I think that's sort of probably what we got with the whole sympathize with your villain thing that The Last of Us 2 was going for. Ragnarok really does pull it off with Thor, in my opinion.
Often exploring an island played into every focus, Atreus' self-discovery,
But that only works because Thor and Kratos are so similar in backstory. There wasn't nearly as much. They kind of tried to do the whole like Abby and Joel have like a similar backstory with Joel's daughter dying and Abby's father dying. It doesn't work as well as like as Kratos and Thor's backstory was. I just got a random text. Who's this from? We're doing a survey and want to include you. You really think I'm going to click that virus link, guys? Come on. I'm just going to block your number.
Kratos' redemption through Atreus and their relationship. Everything interweaves. In Ragnarok, it just doesn't. The themes, the focus, the gameplay, it's all disconnected in Ragnarok, which isn't always a problem. Not every story needs to have every aspect interweave. And like I said, most of the systems and narrative ideas are fine on their own as isolated pieces, but a game is the sum of those individual parts. And when you establish what the saga is based on from a design and narrative perspective in 2018, a deep cohesion, and then you mimic that with the sequel, you'd think it should follow suit and not be a watered down and disconnected version of that. It feels like a direct step back from what 2018 was doing. And you see, the thing is, the first 2 hours of the game got this. It understands this. So if you think I'm wrong about this and my standards are just too high, the developers clearly agreed with me at one point because they made the game the way I'm saying they should have made it. So eat dirt, haters. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I don't know why I said that. But the point is, when working on a smaller scale with a lot more focus, without these intrusive plot elements, they didn't fuck it up. They actually did a really great job. Look, you can see my initial reactions to Ragnarok on Twitter after I played only the first 2 hours, and I loved it because it's really good. It's a prime example that they were trying to do the things I'm saying they needed to do. It just went awry because of all the additional things they had to squeeze in as the game went along. One game was not enough time for all of these things to happen. Let me explain what I mean about the first 2 hours. If you'll indulge me, I think it's necessary to understand where they succeed, to understand where the game falls apart. And having both examples come from not just the same studio or franchise, but the same game is a treat. I don't often have in videos like this, so please allow me to elaborate. The opening of Ragnarok does 2 things. It establishes a status quo for our characters and the plot, as well as give us a direction for this story to unfold.
I think The Last of Us 2 should have started off with you playing as Abby, and then you find Joel and Ellie, and then you play as Ellie. Yeah, I think that's kind of the consensus we've come to over the hundreds of discussions we've had about The Last of Us 2 in the last few years. Is not knowing what Abby's about to do until later in the game, and getting a chance to actually like bond with her character would be really important, but they didn't do that. I'm trying to avoid that tangent like the plague today.
In a way that makes you want to follow them on.
I filled my The Last of Us 2 time slot with microphone speak, so with that discussion about how microphones work and trying to figure out what the hell a preamp is, or trying to define it at least.
This journey, and in a way that makes sense based on their previous arcs and the status quo established by this game. All these things work in tandem at the start of Ragnarok. Kratos is clearly the same man of few words, but now his grunts are not dismissive grunts, they are loving grunts. Little subtleties like this fueled the writing in 2018 as they do to begin Ragnarok. Similarly, we get to see Atreus having more initiative. He went out and did the hunting on his own, something that he was incapable of in 2018, showing he's grown into a young man, as well as the fact that he also gawks at this conker. We'll find out what it is later on, but for now, he's got a nice shiny conker, and he started up his own collection, presumably, so that's admirable. But what it does is establish Atreus as having a life outside of his father's shadow, and that's important for what the game attempts to do down the line. We also get to see Freya now continues to hunt them, something lingering from 2018. Her anger remains even 3 years later, which is important to characterize her without needing to state too much openly, and the death of Fenrir allows us to see Atreus' compassion is still present. He never let it go, an important trait which comes into play at the end of the storyline. On top of all of these things running parallel and playing into one another to fuel discontent and character drama, it allows us to organically explore Atreus' power and use the motif of the bear in the beginning to start to build more of a conflict between Atreus and Kratos, which is important in tearing them apart later on. Odin and Thor also get center stage. We get a marvelous set-piece battle with the God of Thunder, which allows us to indulge in Kratos' core gameplay without losing the narrative tension in doing so. The combat and aggression fuels the story beats during the fight, and it all works together to deliver something impressive. Odin's manipulation is also in play, allowing for subtle characterization of who he is, while at the same time pushing our characters to discover what Atreus might have been doing on his own. Turns out his Conquer collection spans farther than we could have realized, and after reluctance from Kratos, it leads our squad out of their home once again to see what Atreus has found. All of these elements together, all of them are fantastic. When dealing with less plot, less characters, less complicating factors, the story shines, the narrative shines, and the writing shines. This is good, this is brilliant, and this is exactly why the story loses control of itself towards the end of the second hour. Once you pile on Sindri and Brock, Tyr being alive, the conflict with Freya needing to be resolved, playable Atreus, Ironwood, the Alfheim conflict, Atreus' distrust leading her way to Asgard, the Vanaheim rebellion, the parallel to Thor with his drinking problem and the relationship with his daughter, the mask plotline, Freya's odd and quick redemption / self-discovery and forgiving of Kratos, and so many other things, you very, very quickly lose sight of the smaller things, the subtleties, the character depth, and the significance to the plot that tears away a decently good game from a masterpiece, because you are struggling to keep so many plates spinning, 2 games worth of plates spinning on just one single game that some of them have to be dropped. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that metaphor was. Some plot points have to be rushed, and the game suffers for it. It feels like every few hours the focus of the game shifts to be something else entirely, almost as if God of War 2018 was a tight feature film, and Ragnarok is a TV show. Maybe a TV show premiering specifically on Disney+. I mean, I'm not saying anything. Maybe that's a similarity. It's trying to hold your attention from episode to episode while vaguely carrying a through line that is sort of prevalent, but not really until the end of the final episode, and I did just steal that idea from one of my mods on my girlfriend's Discord server. So, thanks, Flash. By doing this, everything just starts to feel...
Wait, did he like word for word
episode,
verbatim
I
steal
did just
that?
steal that idea from one of my mods on my girlfriend's Discord server. So
let me see what he said. Let's see here. Because I think you can not effectively tell the story they wanted to tell in Ragnarok with the systems they used. I also think there's a completely different structure to Ragnarok's story, which isn't necessarily good or bad, but it's different from 2018. 2018 feels like a movie, and Ragnarok feels like a TV show, where every few hours is its own episode. So yeah, he basically did steal that. That's funny. Yeah, it's like... I think maybe I should mention this. We're getting the God of War 3, God of War 2018 not controversy, but like discussion all over again. Except this time it's God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok. And maybe as time goes on, people will be a little more, what do you call it? I guess amiable to it. I mean, not like people are really hating on it right now, but maybe over time people will come to appreciate Ragnarok's pacing for what it is, the way that we did 2018's after playing God of War 3. Because going straight from God of War 3 to God of War 2018 is like night and day. I mean, it's like, you got all these cutscenes, these walking sequences, all these things you didn't have before. So going from and keep in mind, LazerzZ just did a 2018 video like a few months ago. This is like very, very fresh on his mind. Going from 2018 to Ragnarok also has that same effect where it's like it feels like you're if you've ever listened to like a really slow song, like a song with like a 90 BPM, and then you start listening to a song with like a 140 BPM, it's like, holy crap, this, you can like, the rhythm feels off. You can feel how much faster it is compared to if you listen to a song with like an even faster BPM, like a 200, and then you go back to a slower song, you can feel that shift in the rhythm. It feels like it's dragging by comparison. That's what playing these games in sequence feels like. Where's my script? I need to write that down. That's like a really good analogy. Insert comment. Because I can't find the part where I talked about the pacing. Okay, go me. I had a good idea. I'm gonna write that down. Comparing Ragnarok's writing to the Obi-Wan Kenobi show is an insult. Also, what's wrong with the God of War Ragnarok being a more TV show style storytelling of swapping perspectives between Kratos and Atreus? I think it's that knee-jerk reaction of going straight from 2018 into Ragnarok, and he's probably gonna qualify this by saying like, you know, there's nothing wrong with this style of storytelling. Or did he already say no? It's this guy who said like there's nothing, it's not good or bad, it's just different. And I think that's really the thing, is it is different. Oh, so this is still in the video. Damn, man, you mean to tell me that you literally just missed my good ass analogy? I'm mad. This is still in the video. He's talking about the pacing in Ragnarok, but yeah, I think the fact that it's like it feels different is what's making us you know, we are, like I said, if you directly compare the pacing of God of War 3 to God of War 2018, you're gonna have issues, and if you directly compare the pacing of 2018 to Ragnarok, you're still gonna have issues. So I think we need to give it like a year or two before people can really start to appreciate Ragnarok's pacing for what it is, because it does feel so much faster than 2018's by comparison. But that doesn't necessarily, and he said this in his last video, that doesn't necessarily mean the pacing of the individual story moments hurts. Like, the story moments are still great. It feels faster. So the analogy I used, the fast version, is I said, going from God of War, going between the God of War games is like going from a really slow song to like a song with a 90 BPM to like a 140 BPM, and how it feels so much faster by comparison. And then going from like an even faster song to a slower one, it feels like the song is dragging by comparison. Like if you've ever listened to like an album where something is like just freaking balls to the wall fast, and then there's like a slower song afterwards, the comparison can be pretty disorienting. At least for me, it's like I can feel like the shift in rhythm and how it just like feels so much either faster or slower. Or if you want an even better example, just go listen to like any Ocean's 8 Alaska song, and you'll get about I think whenever I was this one time whenever I was working at a restaurant, I was listening to music, and I was listening to a song by Ocean's 8 Alaska. I'm trying to remember what it was. What's like their popular one? Let me boot up Spotify. Because Ocean's 8 Alaska, their one of their albums has like a bunch of shifts in music. Oh, they have a new album. I need to listen to that. It was off of this album. I think it was Covert. I'm pretty sure it was Covert. If you want an example of what it feels like to go from like super fast to super slow with like no transition, listen to Covert. It is, or even this next song, Hansha. I mean, it is crazy, and that's like the best way I can describe it. Is it's like you just feel that like shift in rhythm, and it feels like a problem even though it's not. Are you a dragger or a rusher? I don't do drugs.
Thanks, Flash. By doing this, everything just starts to feel wrong. It's a story not at all built for the framework of 2018, but it's trying to tell its story that way anyway. It's a story that spans tons of realms, tons of focuses, and tons of characters, but also is forced to retain a single camera shot, and so has to spend a while meandering from thing to thing, and then rush through each thing once you're there. A story of this nature needed to be built inside an entirely different framework than the one they were working with, or you needed to build a story suited to the framework you were stuck with using. Instead, they didn't, and it results in incongruity. And of course, why does it have so many focuses? Well, it brings us back around to the original point of this whole part of the video, because this is 2 games in 1 game. They had to cram everything in. They had to make it work, but they were trying to make it work within the framework of what 2018 established as the core principles of this era's storytelling, and it just ends up feeling wrong and out of place. They take stuff from the middle entry and the stuff from the final entry and try to make it all make sense and get through it in time. They needed all of the main characters in certain positions by the start of Ragnarok, the event, not the game, but where with 2 more games they could have had a whole middle entry geared towards character development and a 3rd entry to establish, build, and execute Ragnarok. They have to do both in one single game, and so you have arcs rushed and characters inexplicably do things because they...
He's referencing the movie Whiplash. Man, you gotta stop hitting me with these freaking movie references that you know I'm not gonna get. I think that's part of the fun though, is just slowly going insane as you realize that I just miss movie reference after movie reference of like classics, and and you're just like, how have you not seen this like super iconic movie? And I'm like, I don't know, dude. It's just I watched a chick flick with my mom. Oh. Whenever she's allowed to watch them, that is. I like making fun of them. They're stupid. But, anyways, back to the film.
have to be in a certain position by the start of Ragnarok, otherwise the ending
26
doesn't
minutes.
work. Which
We're
is
not
why
going to get through this video today.
the ending works, because our characters are rushed into positions they need to be in. It's also why the opening 2 hours work, because it's building from 2018. It's everything after
Come on, who's never seen Whiplash? This guy, right here.
the first 2 hours, up to probably the final 2 hours, that feels like a disjointed mess. I don't envy this position. Imagine being given A New Hope and being told, right, cram Empire and Jedi into one film. It would be a disaster, because key to a trilogy is the opening story, establishing world, character, and taking our heroes on a journey. The middle part is usually all character focused, studying who our characters are after their initial arc, how they deal with particular hardships, and how that forms them into the people they will be to confront the final challenge in the third entry, which has them face off against the biggest threat. Less character drama, more story stakes, which works to conclude all of the narrative work done thus far. I use the example of Star Wars because it's universally well known, but you can apply this formula to almost all successful trilogies, and you can really start to see where I'm coming from. The story of God of War was not conceived
Is it fair?
well known.
Hold on.
You can apply this formula to almost all successful trilogies, and
So is it fair to put Halo in there, seeing as Halo 2's ending is pretty unsatisfying from what I've heard, the way it just ends, and I feel like Mass Effect is a very, very poor example as well, seeing as Mass Effect 2 has very little to do with the overarching plot. I highly recommend going and watching Private Sessions Mass Effect 2 Deconstructed if you want to really have a serious breakdown of like everything wrong with Mass Effect 2, and he makes a very, very good thesis that everything wrong with Mass Effect 3 was planted in Mass Effect 2, and then everything so it's like all the issues with like Cerberus in Mass Effect 3, well, that started in Mass Effect 2. All the issues with the Reapers, well, you know, that started in Mass Effect 2 because we didn't really focus on the Reapers too much. It's a very good video. I've seen it a few times. I might go watch it again. And I think it's the best example I can give if you can sit through a 5-hour video. Am I the only one that thinks that Return of the Jedi could be meshed with another film since almost nothing happens? I think the nothing happening is kind of important to the story as well, as weird as that sounds, for the sake of pacing. Halo is an awful example because it's filled with cut content. Yeah, Halo 2's development was something else. I won't lie, when I first watched Whiplash, I felt extremely uncomfortable, but then I rewatched it and it's enjoyable. But the teacher and student dynamic isn't healthy in any way, shape, or form. Is it based in America? I'm just gonna leave that there.
you can really start to see where I'm coming from. The story of God of War was not conceived as a duology, it was conceived as a trilogy, and that immediately puts the game on the back foot for its entirety. But what that then means goes deeper, because you're now building a story not suited to the framework it's being built within, which causes many more problems than you'd think. Ragnarok tries to mimic 2018 in its gameplay, level design, even camera work, but fails to recognize those elements were in 2018 because they all work together to tell that story. The gameplay, the level design, the camera work, everything was the way that it was in God of War 2018 because it helped to convey tone and narrative in interactive ways.
Yeah, but God of War Ragnarok doesn't have any stupid flags that don't even look wet whenever the water level recedes, so it's so much better by comparison. And no, I did not make that joke in my Ragnarok video. We're too far removed from my 2018 video for people to get the reference. J.K. Simmons was really funny, but he's clearly a terrible person, but his toxic passion for music is extremely interesting to watch. Interesting. Wasn't George Lucas winging it when he made the OG trilogy? Man, isn't George Lucas just winging it like 24/7? I think... I don't know. I haven't read the Star Wars books, so I don't know how they hold up compared to the films, but I do know that with the prequel trilogy, George Lucas was just kind of just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. J.K. Simmons is not bad. He just wants to push his students to the limits. Oh, you're still talking about the movie. Okay.
Ragnarok, the single camera shot doesn't
You guys duke that out.
even make sense for the story being told. It's simply there because it was in 2018. Exploration was included in the first game because it acted as an interactive way to simulate the experience of Atreus pulling Kratos from the beaten path to develop a bond and grow character. It's in Ragnarok because... well, we have to have side quests in our game now, don't we? The only way I can see Ragnarok using design to convey narrative is through Atreus' gameplay. It creates a unique fish-out-of-water experience for the player, something that deeply connects to the story being told with Atreus. And it's no surprise these sections have the most narrative cohesion, because they aren't hampered by needing to push you off to do side quests or explore a large open space full of items and boss fights, masquerading as God of War 2018 2.0. The gameplay structuring and level design all work together during the Atreus portions to build a sense of narrative cohesion. And while this is their biggest strength when it comes to pairing design philosophy to the story being told, it comes at a cost, forcing the player to play as Atreus. The game attempting to remedy needing to cram 2 games into one is maybe its biggest downfall, and not in the way you'd probably think. This game is split into halves. Well, not halves, I guess it's more like this on a pie chart, 70-30. 70 being Kratos, 30 being Atreus. It does this to try and compartmentalize the development, and...
You mean to tell me that you don't spend 90% of this game in cutscenes? What happened to the last stream? It got dead. I went ahead and I just decided not to upload it, mostly because it's like I kept getting interrupted by the Wi-Fi, and it took me like 20 minutes to actually end the stream because I had to do it from my phone. But you can't just do it from YouTube Studio on your phone, like the mobile app. You have to go into the actual into the web browser and do it that way, but it wasn't working for me, so it was just a disaster, so I just left it. This is Workstream 5. Workstream 5 last time was a mistake.
Let me explain what I'm saying. By having 2 stories playing out essentially simultaneously, you're basically getting your 2 games at once. It allows for Kratos' story to take place in one instance and Atreus' in another. 2 characters having 2 arcs at once separately. The issue is, you don't have the length of a game for each one, and you end up with half the time, and so many additional characters, themes, and focuses start to get lost. Let's look at Atreus, who I believe is the main character of this game, or at least the main character in the eyes of the writing team. And if you think I'm wrong, just consider that you spend more of this time riding a yak than you do fighting in Ragnarok. That's not a joke, you do actually do that. This game should be called God of War Yaknarok. I'm sorry. Now, is it wrong for Atreus to be the main character of a God of War game? No, I don't think it is. However, this game does not commit to it. It feels afraid to do what it actually wants to do, which is sideline Kratos. And so what it actually does is sideline Atreus, but also give him all of the core story beats to work through, and so the game ultimately sidelines the main fucking story. Atreus is the one meeting with Odin. Atreus is the one interacting with the Norse pantheon with characters like Thrud, Thor, Sif, Heimdall, and this guy, Atreus is the one learning of prophecy. Atreus is the one making the key decisions that affect the Norse mythology. Atreus is the character moving the story along. He's proactive like a protagonist should be. That's just the way that he's written. But he's relegated to linear sections that take up 30% of the game. Now, like I said, I'm not someone who hates on concepts. Sure, sidelining Kratos sounds pretty dumb, but either you commit to it and tell that story the way that it deserves to be told, or you don't, and you do a different story. This game is trying to have its cake and eat it too, and as much as I love cake, this is bad.
You know what's funny?
Story the way that it deserves to be told, or you don't, and you do a different...
This thing right here, this is literally how I solved this puzzle the first time, is I managed to just, like, recoil the axe in the perfect direction to, like, blow up the shit, because I'm stupid and didn't know that you can increase the size of sigils by shooting them multiple times, and I had to solve every puzzle wrong.
Story. This game is trying to have its cake and eat it too, and as much as I love cake, this is bad. I don't know what I was trying to say there about cake. The point that I'm trying to make is that Atreus gets the spotlight frequently and for long stretches. The writers clearly see him as the primary character with the way that he's utilized by the story itself as the most proactive character. Now, while I was working on this video, I actually got proof of this concept, which I'm just sort of squashing and inserting into this part of the videos, which I think just adds a little bit more context to the concept that I'm talking about. Recently, MinMax interviewed 2 of the writers on God of War Ragnarok, Matt Sophos and Richard Gorbert. In this interview, they talk about one of the very first and original drafts of this game's script.
The earliest draft of an outline that we had come up with that we took to Eric, we had Kratos died in the Thor fight at the very beginning of the game.
Oh, wow. So they did do The Last of Us 2. I was right! It feels good to know that I was right. Don't doubt me, guys. I know what I'm talking about.
Wow.
And so, he was going to die, and then it wasn't a permanent death. What was going to happen, and I don't care if we can tell this because it doesn't happen anymore. So this is all fan fiction at this point now. He would get pulled out of hell, essentially, by Atreus, but it's now been like 20 years have passed.
Oh my
God. It was
God.
a big time jump type thing. So that was a version of it, and it didn't ultimately feel right. Eric was like, I don't want to do that.
Now, granted, they didn't linger on this idea for long, but I do believe that the remnants of this idea and the story they wanted to tell with Atreus, which was very clearly something they wanted to touch upon by killing off Kratos in this original script, still shows in the final script of the game, because they didn't want to scrap the story they wanted to tell with Atreus, but in order to bring back in Kratos, you kind of had to, but they don't do that. They keep both, and so you end up with this mixture, this mess that we have in God of War Ragnarok. I think it's really interesting, because it shows that there is clearly a story they wanted to tell, and people above them, higher up writers and higher up people on the game, said, no, we can't really do that. What that did was mean that the story had to be changed to accommodate.
I don't think it's fair to say, I mean, it's true to say that higher-ups killed it. That is 100% for the better. I would have hated this game if they did that, because the parallels to The Last of Us 2 are so obvious. I would have hated that. Even if Kratos comes back, don't care. Would have hated it. So, yeah, Eric Williams definitely made the best call there that he could have.
The factor that, no, we can't kill Kratos, but the script then still includes the storyline that they wanted to tell with Atreus, which was one of the main driving forces of the game. And that leaves us with this disparity, with this lopsided nature, and with this game that just feels really off and not like the story they absolutely wanted to tell at all. But it's still only 30% of the overall game, and so for the majority of the game, we're playing as Kratos, a character who feels a bit lost in this new story. His arc in 2018 concluded wonderfully, but then what do you do with that character now? He feels stationary, he's reactive more than proactive, the opposite of what a protagonist should be, and yet we're playing as him for a majority of the game. At points, he's retreading his original arc and has the most sections of filler just for an excuse at gameplay. One section in particular is the search for the Norns. The game has you go to 2 empty caves before you find them, and then you have a conversation that really does nothing other than to tell Kratos, "Hi, I might kill Atreus," and for someone who doesn't believe in prophecy, he sure as hell has to for the plot to go anywhere at this point, and to give this character something to actually do besides sitting around and waiting for the actual main character to show up again. I know, how about we have him go with Brock to make a new spear? He could fight loads of enemies and get to the top of a mountain. That'll be a good hour or so, I reckon. And then we could shoehorn in a weird plot about Brock having died before that's in the game for some reason. Kratos is going on this journey of learning not to regress into his old ways, but he's doing it with characters that he doesn't yet have a deep...
Well, the whole detail about Brock having died in the past is kind of crucial for 2 reasons. One, it's crucial for his and Sindri's development. It's very important to show why Sindri would be so obsessive after Brock's death, and it kind of kicks you while you're down by saying, like, yeah, not only is he dead, but he doesn't have an afterlife either, because he doesn't have all his soul pieces. So, I mean, there is some reason for it.
Connection to, like, Freya, Mimir, and Brock. You might say he does have a connection to those characters, and I would say, fuck you, no he doesn't. Okay, no, I didn't mean to lash out again. I'm going to therapy. I'm really trying here for the both of us. I promise I can make this work. Just give me one more chance, believe. He has a connection to those characters, for sure.
Oh, there's my dog barking. You're gonna hear that for a minute.
But they aren't friends. There's maybe a mutual respect, but not the bond he has with Atreus or had with Faye. It's not even close. And we needed a whole game for his bond with Atreus to bear any fruit. Having him go on one mission with Freya and have entire outlooks changed is ludicrous, but that's for later. A lot of Kratos' arc feels meandering and like an afterthought. The game they wanted to do is the one with Atreus as the lead, but they knew sidelining Kratos would be frowned upon, so they made his story 70% of the game, and this is how the pacing begins to feel skewed. Atreus is rushing through his arc while Kratos is taking too long. We end up with a lopsided narrative that doesn't ever seem to land on a purpose because the foundation it was built upon, the relationship between Kratos and Atreus, is never truly present, nor do we have a true middle entry in which Kratos can grow an attachment to other supporting characters. We have to work with the pieces we've got, and they...
Yeah, that going to therapy thing, I just assumed that was a bit. But no, and not to mention, it's like it wouldn't make sense if Kratos went to hell after he died, because he died in battle. So they 100% would have taken him to Valhalla to have him fight in Ragnarok, or maybe they just be like, oh well, we just can't trust you, so we're just not going to. But it's like, that also begs the question, I mean, of whether or not it works that way. Like, do the people, Odin does say something about, like, helping them remember who they were in a past life, but that also means it's implied that they don't remember, and he makes them remember. So he could have easily, like, turned Kratos on his side that way, but, I mean, I don't know. I'm just angry that they even considered doing The Last of Us 2. And I respect for Eric Williams for shooting that down like a freaking World War II jet.
don't seem to join together all too well. This is why I think the first 2 hours and last 2 hours probably work as well as they do. They are the parts that are using 2018 as a foundation, providing already ample depth and building from it in a meaningful way. The middle is just Kratos and Atreus tapping in and tapping out as we explore their disconnected arc sat at a surface level to get them to the place they need to be for the ending to make sense, which it does, but the journey to get there is a winding, muddy path that you accidentally took thinking it was the hike trail, but it wasn't, and you didn't realize until the sun was setting and you were lost. I didn't do that. I remember being 25 hours into the game and not really knowing what the point was yet, where the thing was even going. In 2018, it's established pretty early on. We know the goal, to the top of the highest peak to spread some ashes, and we know the focus is the relationship between a father and a son and their own introspection. Ragnarok, even 25 hours in, still feels like a collection of things happening. I wasn't sure what the game was trying to say to me. I wasn't sure the message it was trying to convey. There were so many moving parts that had nothing to do with each other, so many different places we were exploring, so many more focuses, and with that split of our main characters having two entirely different stories happening concurrently, the whole thing felt like it was never really moving in any direction until Kratos and Atreus were back together again. And even then, it just amounted to we're going with the flow, because when Atreus was with Kratos, he slipped back into being reactive to things happening around him. The only time we get a proactive protagonist is when Atreus goes off to actually actively do things that push the plot forward. With Kratos, events pass by him and he reacts. Character moments just seem to happen, and even his own arc isn't something he actively seems to participate in. None of it is down to his own actions. It's all because of extrinsic factors, which is the issue with telling a story where the entire premise is prophecy, especially in a video game. Writing this is not going to be easy, and I'm going to need...
Alright, how far are we into this? 37 minutes.
Need you to follow me closely.
And we got about an hour and a half left. What time is it? 3:50? Okay, I think we can keep going. We're definitely not going to finish this today, though.
Here, because the way prophecy is handled in...
Which means, since I'm not sure if I'm going to stream again next week, I might, but I feel like if I'm going to do a final stream, I've at least got to communicate that it is the final one, but we'll see.
Ragnarok is just... Look, I don't know anymore. I want to do my best to not make this a lore issue. I feel like that's a cheap way of criticizing a thing. I want to criticize the quality of execution, not the consistency of a fictional world's rules. Don't get me wrong, that's important. I should know. But in my old age, I want to focus on the actual issues of writing. But with a topic like this, it really can't be helped. We're gonna have to. First of all, Ragnarok establishes its idea of prophecy by outright saying all the lore we learned in 2018, all those stories told by Mimir and little tidbits explained by Atreus, yeah, that's all fake. That's all wrong. That was dumb misinformation spread on Reddit by the Giants before they went and hid in fucking marbles and left fake corpses in Jotunheim to trick Odin. Who the fuck wrote this? And so that's my first problem.
I mean, kind of makes sense that like a race is secretive as the Giants would put up misdirection, but see, I didn't say no stream next week. I said I'm not sure. Today was going to be the last stream, but I was like, no, I might want to do it again next week. So the final one that I do will be like communicated as like this is the last one until the video's done. If you don't know this quote, you're beyond saving, Salty. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. I'm gonna take a shotgun guess and say it's from The Godfather. Oh, it's from The Room. Oh my god. I am beyond saving. Oh my god, you're about to have a freaking aneurysm whenever the stream delay catches up. I mean, I'm just gonna stop talking.
The world building of 2018 is entirely inconsequential to Ragnarok. To get their story to work, they actively had to say that 2018's world building was not real. But okay, look, let's look past that. Maybe they did it for a good reason. Maybe they actually tell a really good story that justifies them rewriting every piece of lore that 2018 established. So the reason they did this is so they can set up very specific events which Kratos and Atreus have to take part in as the game progresses. We learn very early on that very specific things will happen. They basically lay out the story beats for us and say, yeah, so Skoll and Hati will catch the sun and moon, the horn will be blown, Asgard will fall. We also see in Ironwood the full mural from the end of 2018 showing us that Atreus will meet Odin, Kratos will die, Angrboda and Atreus will make Jormungandr, etc, etc. This is so that they can establish events, have those events play out in-game, and then have prophecy gain weight as a thing that exists. Prophecy keeps happening the way it was prophesied to happen, to build tension for Kratos' impending death. But the thing is, 2018 already did that. The mural we find at the end of the game gives weight to prophecy. Faye had predicted everything that would happen the way that it happened long before it happened. That gives prophecy weight. And then we see a half-destroyed panel showing the death of Kratos, impact from the weight that was just established. In 2018, it felt like they wrote a story and then had the mural reflect that story with some ominous foreshadowing for good measure. In Ragnarok, it feels like they made the murals and then they tried desperately to mold the story around those preset prophecy beats.
Well, I wonder if he's gonna comment on the fact that it's like the reaction to prophecy is arguably more important than the prophecy itself. The reaction that the crew has to whether or not they are going against or fulfilling it is very, very important. Did the Giants slide in their shrine? I thought shrines had additional context that Atreus discovered. Yeah, so basically what LazerzZ point is like all of the lore markers we found in the previous game was misdirection or misinformation, and that the actual events were inside the shrines. But I think that was kind of like the point is that they absolutely would not publish their history and then just scatter it everywhere. Like they would have like something hidden away because they're just kind of, I think in a way it's like the Giants are all depicted as being their own Loki, like their own little, like as a race they're just kind of like trolls.
For example, Atreus, who desperately wants to defy fate, sees that he's going to meet with Odin and freaks out. Now what does he do? A, tell his father and try to defy it. B, forget about it and simply never go to Odin, meaning the prophecy can't happen. Or the really dumb and stupid option, C, go to Odin anyway in the hopes of averting a prophecy where he meets with Odin. It's C. He does the dumb and stupid option. They do all of this so that eventually when they defy prophecy at the end, you go, aha, they did it! But the actions they're taking that lead them to do what the prophecy says are usually so...
Well, again, it's like, I don't want to be too overly critical because this guy has clearly thought a lot about this, so I'm willing to be more fair about it. I feel like a big part of all that happening is that Atreus he's not trying to avoid the working with Odin part, he's trying to avoid Kratos' death. So he's weighing his options like, okay, what can I do? I can stay with my father and, you know, he's going to die and there's nothing I can do about it, or I can try to get ahead of this and go and put myself in a position of power where I might be able to change it. And he ultimately makes what I think should be the wrong decision, but the game treats it like the right decision. I think it's kind of shitty. I really hate that. I hate the Atreus was always right narrative they got going.
Contrived and out of character that it makes the whole thing lack...
Neil Breen Discord stream when? Salty, you should watch Twisted Pair, a film by Neil Breen. Oh, well, thank you, Dank, for actually explaining what he's talking about. A film by Neil Breen. British Potato recommended the film, and it's amazing. A strong 10 out of 10. Twisted Pair from 2018. Oh, no, the Wikipedia page I just clicked on is about cables. I was like, wait, what's going on? No, the film. Okay. It's a science fiction psychological thriller. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I will forget about this later. But I will try not to.
Believability. Add on the fact that it's all grounded in a fundamental tearing down of important 2018 lore points and rules of foretelling that have no consistency, and you're left with a central narrative pillar that does nothing but detract. Characters fail to have real meaningful drama in a story where their every action is laid out before you from the start for no other reason than for you to notice at the end, oh wow, one time the thing in the painting didn't happen. Cool. But why didn't it happen? The end. Oh wow,
so
one time the thing in the painting...
That's something I've heard is people say that it's possible that this is supposed to be Odin instead of Kratos. I don't think that's true, but it is an interpretation you can have.
Didn't happen. Cool. But why didn't it happen? Okay, so that was all the basic shit. That was the easy stuff. Alright, we've got so much more to talk about in this video. It should be called God of War's batshit crazy prophecy lore broke me because I've been sweating over this for months. I have not been sleeping. The game doesn't want you to notice. It wants you to focus on the great acting, the camera angles, and the pretty graphics, and not to notice the fact that none of its core storytelling foundations make any fucking sense.
You know what's funny? I was just thinking. I was like, is he trying to come off as a psychopath right now? I'm glad he did this because it at least makes me feel like I got the joke. I cannot believe you committed suicide. How could you do this? How could have you committed suicide?
This is the problem. Okay, so I'm aware that you have no context for what any of this means, so allow me to walk you through it as well as I possibly can. Part 1. Giants. Not part 1, we're already on part 3. Part 3I, the little Roman numerals. Part 3I. Giants prophecy. Giants, like we established in God of War 2018, have all of these lore panels, the Jotnar shrines, where they detail events.
This scene is unreal. I don't know if you're referring to the movie quotes they're throwing out or the thing he's doing. I kind of dig it. Respect for anyone who's willing to just do something batshit insane like that for the sake of an analysis video.
That happened, are happening, and will happen in the Norse world, representing the idea that everything is basically all planned out. It's a huge part of Norse culture. If you watch any Viking film or experience anything in this mythology, it always comes up, and that, of course, comes from details gleaned from the Eddas. Now, like we already established, 2018 maintained the idea that the Giants knew everything and detailed them on these lore panels. Ragnarok retcons this and says, but actually, they secretly lied about every piece of lore, and the real prophecy is inside. Now wind back a fucking moment! Fate and prophecy are not the same thing at all. Fate is something that will inevitably happen. Prophecy is a prediction of something that might happen. So we go from a concept that in 2018 was the Giants had these tablets to write out the past and future of the Norse world because that's how the world operates, and then Ragnarok says, well, it's also just a prophecy. These prophecies also get pretty specific compared to the more general and detached Norse myths of 2018's world, which starts to make things more messy because, of course, if we're getting directly involved in events which we already know the details of, it makes for pretty boring storytelling, especially when the entire plot revolves around having fate play out to give it weight.
Oh, you're referring to the movie quote. Okay, yeah. No one cares about the video but me, apparently.
So that you can subvert it all at the end.
Everyone's over there talking about movies, but
but we already talked about this. From what we know of the Giants, their prophecy, or their foretelling, is 100% accurate. That's the point of it. In 2018, the lore panels are literally used to document their own...
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's 100% accurate, because Ingraboda did say that there have been Giants who've changed their, the events of their fate, but they've always ended up in the same place. So, it is pretty established to, pretty early on that it's like, it is not a set in stone, all of this will happen. It just so happens that Kratos and Atreus fulfilled everything that that the Giants foresaw, until Faye went and changed the ending, basically, because she didn't want them to know their ending. Specifically for the reason that this causes, is like, are you going to work now? Oh my god. How about now? I think this is literally an OBS problem. Okay, yeah. But why? How about now? Okay. Are we good? Okay. It looks like it's connected. YouTube. How about now? See. Okay, OBS is the software I use, if you guys can hear me. See, here's the thing I don't understand. It says, OBS says I'm connected, YouTube says I'm not. So if you can hear me, great. But it's saying I have a poor connection, but why do I have a poor connection if OBS says I have a good connection? Okay, as long as you guys hear me, that's what matters, but I'm not a geeky nerd. I mean, fair, but anyways, yeah, let's just hope that it doesn't crash again. I may also want to consider ending stream while we're ahead. Yeah, OBS is like a recording streaming software basically, but I don't know why it lost connection. Like my computer, yeah, I'm just using OBS Studio, not Streamlabs. I think I've had less issues with Streamlabs, but OBS Studio has all my stuff set up, so I just don't care. But it's just weird that it's like it would just lose connection like that. But anyways, as long as you can hear my salty voice, that's what's important.
History and future, the same way you go to a library to look up the history of the Middle Ages to get real facts, except they also document future events too. They also give this credence when you get to Jotunheim, and all the events so far have clearly been documented, and that's actually more important than you might think, but just keep that in a part of your brain. We'll come back to that. We also experience Atreus, or Loki, doing a bit of foretelling at the end of 2018. He literally has a dream about things that will happen. Thor coming to their home in Ragnarok. Now, this isn't played as a vague thing that might happen. This is something that will, and literally does happen. So far, this is all fine. There's no major issues right now, other than the idea of prophecy getting tangled up in the documentation of Norse events from the Giants, as if there's an air of uncertainty where there shouldn't be. Now, there is, of course, the idea that maybe all along it was just vague prophecy, and because everybody believes it, it always comes true. But then what's the point in any of it? Especially if the 2018 lore panels are now fake. Does that mean that none of them came true ever? Did nobody notice all of the important lore panels documenting the history of the Norse world never came true and were always wrong because the foretelling was inside the panel all along and only Giants could see it, which is pointless anyway because they all immediately hid themselves inside of marbles and somehow got to fucking Jerusalem so that Atreus can go meet Jesus Christ in the next game? The only person who could have conceivably gone inside would have been Atreus, and the Giants would have known this. But based on the mural in Jotunheim that we see in...
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean... I mean... Ugh. I'm so sick of talking about the fate and prophecy in this game because it's so convoluted. First off, he's not wrong in not understanding any of this because it's very, 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 very unclear. But, what was it? it is. I'm pretty sure that the stories of the previous ones that we saw were true. It's just, this ties into the whole, like, how do you change your fate thing that I have to break down in my video. Trace predicts the future. Shaking my head. People dissed Mama Murphy. Not just Mama Murphy, but, I mean, think of all the people who didn't listen to Madame Zeroni either. There's a movie reference you should get. Your voice is relaxing. Not as relaxing as Mahler's, but you're definitely relaxing. People say I have a very deep and relaxing voice to listen to, apparently. That's the thing to strive for, is people to fall asleep watching your video and then accidentally sleep through like 4 other videos and give me money. Proof it didn't happen.
Full in Ironwood that was destroyed by Faye, they also knew that Atreus would have sided with Odin anyway, so who did they hide them for? What was the plan? None of this makes any sense. I'm going insane. Okay, let's just reel it back in a bit here. Part 3 II. The Norns.
That is definitely some kind of microphone.
The Norns. Honestly, I think the most egregious part of this whole prophecy thing is the inclusion of the Norns. They're the fates of the Norse world. In Norse mythology, they spin the threads of fate, keeping in line what happened, is happening, and will happen. In God of War, they purely exist to give Kratos something to do while Atreus is off in Asgard, giving exposition on what will happen in a few more hours playtime, so stick around, don't leave, don't go play something better, please. But in terms of fate, this is where things get so messy. They say fate is not real, that it's based purely on the predictability of a person as to where they will end up, and because Kratos is just so predictable, which the plot needs him to be to even work, and after 2018 he should be anything but, they are able to predict his future. Okay, so...
Well, it's not necessarily that, it's that all people are so predictable. They're not omniscient, they're just near omniscient. I feel like Ragnarok is very much like Doom Eternal, where a lot of people didn't understand it for months, but after a year or two, people start getting it. Yeah, it's like Doom Eternal in a lot of ways, not just that. Sorry, I watch premium. I hate ads, but I believe you paid more for premium views. I do know that you do still get ad revenue for it. Yes. I don't know if it's more, but it can't possibly be less.
First of all, hang on. So does this mean that this method of foretelling applies to all prophecy, or just the Norns? And if it is just the Norns, why do they even have the job they have if they're the ones that can't do prophecy but the giants can? So it has to apply to everything, right? Suggesting that all prophecy that exists in the Norse world isn't real. Second of all, they literally repeat back to our main characters what they're saying as they're saying it. And that's not magic or prophecy or foresight. That's just predictability? These characters seem to exist to push the plot forward when the game hits a standstill.
I think that's kind of the point, though. Is like, it's supposed to be otherworldly. They couldn't do what they do if they didn't have these abilities. So it's like, they're very arrogant about it because they're kind of like I want to make a 40K reference, but I don't know enough about 40K to do it. They're very arrogant about it because they're like, oh my god, it's so obvious. How can you not see this happening? And we're kind of on like a lower level of like, they're like 2000 IQ. We're like at most 200. So they're like, oh, this is so obvious. How do you not see this? And we're just kind of like a lot less smart compared to them. So without those abilities, they think we're stupid. It's kind of like that. Is how I take it. You relaxing, not after that shouting for being right. Hey man, I couldn't help myself. Like, yeah, someone's gonna fall asleep to the VOD of this stream. They're gonna be like, oh, it's Salty Shrimp Pasta's voice. You know, he's pretty relaxing. He's a little chaotic, but I can fall asleep to that. And then they're just gonna hear me scream that I was right. You get way more money from premium since the money is divided by watch time, not by views. That makes a lot more sense. I was going to say Callisto Protocol, but honestly, Callisto Protocol just has so many problems that, and a sequel would most likely be a benefit to that series. Yeah, still haven't played it, but I'd like to. I will, eventually.
Actors, Norse cameos to things you might recognize, and to plant the idea that fate and prophecy doesn't even exist anyway, and are just things that might happen if you keep acting the way you've always acted before. But, okay, so, this brings us back to what I mentioned in the Giants section. Their knowledge of the events of 2018 gives credence to the idea that their prophecy is 100% accurate, because how did the Giants manage to predict everything that happened in God of War 2018 if prophecy is just based on being predictable? The entire premise of 2018 is Kratos not being predictable. He literally goes on that character arc. If prophecy is based solely on someone conforming to the traits they have always conformed to, they simply shouldn't have been able to predict any of the events of the first game, should they?
Well, the way I see it is that, and this has always just been my interpretation, is that the Norns, prophecy is kind of like a, prophecy in this universe is a supernatural force. It is not controlled by the Norns. They just happen to be the beings that are most in tune with it. But it also kind of bleeds over into like the giants, for example. And that they also have an ability of like reading into it. So it is like it's like a force of nature is how I see it. So it's not like, oh, you know, the giants have their prophecy and the Norns have their prophecy. It's like they all are just tapping into this force of nature in order to glean something from it. The Norns are a lot more in tune with it, either due to whatever their biology is that lets them, it's basically like a biological trait of theirs, from what I understand, that they can just understand, but they're not driving it. So, that's kind of how I understand it. It's could be basically explained as like a part of magic. That'd be the easiest way to explain it.
Kratos acts so differently in 2018 to how he's always acted, so much so that a lot of fans of the original trilogy didn't even like 2018. That's about as far from predictable as you can get, and now you're saying that the Norns knew he'd kill Heimdall because Kratos is super predictable, and actually, his arc in 2018 doesn't matter at all, and the moment where he confronted the manifestation of his inner anxiety as Athena means nothing, because in actuality, the Norns can just predict Kratos do Kratos thing, and so he will because plot. The Norns throw a spanner in the works of all the exploration the game has done so far on the concept of fate, and even more so to 2018's exploration of that concept, which
giants can see into the future. The Norns are just really good at predicting a person's fate, essentially because people changing is extremely rare. Yeah, but I see them both pulling from, like, they're drawn from the same well, is the way I see it. It's just like, they just do it by different methods. So, I mean, yeah, it's complicated, it's poorly explained, and that's, like, the crux of everything he's saying. I disagree with what he's saying because I have a different interpretation, but you have to have an interpretation. You cannot base this off of like 100% in-game facts because it just doesn't line up.
while simpler, is so much more efficient. Now, let's not let any of this distract us from what might be the most important part of the entire puzzle. What the fuck does Faye want? But more importantly, what the fuck does Deborah Ann Wall want? Nah, that's not really important. I just think it's funny that not only did they take away an integrally mysterious character's mystique by having them appear to guide the plot 3 times, but they decided to cast a prevalent actor that tears down any remaining mystique the character might have had, because now you point and open your mouth wide, because it's the person that you notice from the other things that they were in. Okay, look, Faye is a...
I'm laughing because, yeah, that's basically my reaction.
Strange character in Ragnarok. I could sit here all day explaining why I feel she's misused, but honestly, I don't really care anymore. I think I already explained it as much as I really want to, but how she plays into this concept of fate and prophecy is even more perplexing, completely baffling, very puzzling. On a very basic level, Faye destroyed the final wall of the mural in 2018. Not very well, because she believed they needed to walk their own path, right? And so the game touts Faye's involvement as the catalyst for fate changing, right? She erased the path they walked, so they had to decide for themselves, and although some things lined up, in the end it worked out for the best, right? However, Faye didn't destroy it all. Kratos saw probably the most important bit, and the only bit that involves him directly, and Atreus sees the whole thing in Ironwood anyway, so both characters see their respective futures that would have been on the wall regardless. The choices she made alters nothing about how the events play out, so the game being all, wow, Faye knew and she trusted us, and she's the reason we succeeded, is really stupid. The characters still knew the things they would have known. Faye destroying the Jotunheim mural means absolutely nothing at all. What actually altered things in the end were Faye's really weird, well-timed dream vision things. At the start of the game, Kratos has his first dream, a memory of being with Faye. Now, this is just a normal memory, until the end where she breaks out of the memory and speaks directly to Kratos, telling him, time is running out and there is much to do, and then wakes him up. Kratos mentions this later to Mimir, saying,
I dream of the past, almost every night.
Ah, the bad old days in Greece?
No, it feels like Faye is trying to tell me something.
You don't mean to say you're talking to ghosts again, brother?
No, but it is something more than memory.
which implies Faye is directly contacting him. How? We'll get to that. This means every time a dream involving Faye happens, it's induced by Faye herself, which means, okay, bear with me here, she even knows that destroying the mural in Jotunheim was pointless, because if that was enough to shift them onto a successful path, she wouldn't need to keep Skype calling Kratos at poignant character moments to make him learn the thing he needs to learn. The reason, in the end, that Kratos changes his mind with Atreus during Ragnarok isn't because of an introspective and insightful character arc, it's because about 15 minutes earlier, Faye sent him a zip file with a memory that would remind him to not die. It's a laughably stupid solution to a plot which renders the events prior absolutely pointless in the grand scheme of the ending.
I think the words he's looking for are Plan B. That's how I cope with this whole, because Ragnarok being the type of story it is, you just kind of got to cope with stuff. Yeah, this is basically Faye's Plan B. Like, Plan A was destroy the murals. after Kratos ends up seeing the part where he dies, it's like, okay, clearly this isn't going to work anymore. So plan B is divine intervention. Let's see. I feel like that's an issue with Ragnarok's story. Then power set abilities should be very explicit in the story, and you should, and very explicit in a story. You can be vague in some aspects. For example, in horror, you can try to keep the origin. Yeah, exactly. I see what you're saying. It is 100% because the entire concept is not very well explained. And I don't think that, despite how much I can theorize what they were going for and how I can make sense of it out of just thinking about it and what we're told, the real root of the issue here is that it's just not very well explained, and that's why I can't be mad at anyone who's confused about it, because it's like he is getting a completely different interpretation of how all this works than I did, which just comes down to like how we analyze things, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think that within his interpretation he's not wrong. It's not something I agree with, but I don't really have all that. I mean, I can point to a couple pieces of evidence and say like, hey, you know, there's this line of dialogue, and all that. But there's really just like not a lot of like hard evidence to point towards, so I can't actually say he's wrong. He just came to a different interpretation than I did. Wait, you can change your plans after death? Evidently, yes. I mean, I guess so. It doesn't really explain how she's doing it either. You just kind of got to accept that she is.
Other than to do small pieces of character work, set up the post-game, do some exploration of Odin, and have us ride a yak for 3 hours, everything is fixed because Faye once said, open your heart, and then texted Kratos, remember when I said, open your heart? Just at a crucial moment where he needs to remember that piece of information. So how is she...
Wait, I gotta go back and read
Faye once
that.
said, open your heart, and then
Rip
texted Kratos.
Don't forget the time I said open your
Remember...
heart. Thanks, I was literally about to fucking let myself die. I'm not sorry, that's great.
When I said, open your heart, just at a crucial moment where he needs to remember that piece of information. So how is she even contacting Kratos? Well, my theory, and I think a better reason than the real reason, would be that during his time in the Light of Alfheim in 2018, a part of Faye's soul latched onto him, which is why when they return in Ragnarok, Kratos can hear her and nobody else can, which I think actually would have been really nice, because I like that Alfheim scene a lot. However, that's not why. When a Philip Chu Joy visited the studio in 2018, Corey revealed a little factoid that said the Leviathan axe contains a spirit of someone from the past, which is why it always returns to his hand. Now sure, this could be anyone, right? But it's not anyone, is it? It's obviously Faye. Reasonable deduction would imply nobody else. Kratos doesn't even like anybody other than Atreus. And he's not dead. It's not going to be Athena or Zeus or anyone from Greece because the axe was made in Midgard and Kratos also fucking hates everybody in Greece. Kratos wasn't just carrying a soul around with him waiting to put it into an axe, and the only reasonable person to have an effect on returning the weapon to his hand is Faye, which means the soul must be communicating with him via the axe. How? No idea! It doesn't matter! Don't ask fucking questions! We don't have time to explain these things! We have a fucking yak to ride! Part 3, IV. They changed the mural. Why? Well, we can only speculate, but I think it's pretty clear that this decision is due to the ongoing fact that this game is not what was originally planned when 2018 was made. The original seemed like a large snake coming out of Atreus' mouth, right, with the death of an obscured man in his arms, runes written down saying words like death, father, mourned, and most importantly, betrayal. This was changed in Ragnarok. It's not an opinion or reading, they simply changed it. It's not there anymore, because they needed to tell a different story to the one that was obviously planned. But
yeah, that's pretty much why I, what I concluded with as well. It's like, they were leaving it intentionally obscure in the previous game because they didn't really know where they were going to go with it, and then once they settled on it, they kind of like just cleaned it up a little bit.
They couldn't deviate much, so we're left with a mural that looks similar but is different. Now, the runes, most importantly, the one saying betrayal, is gone. The man is very clearly Kratos with his tattoos, which makes no sense because they're not on that side of his face, and the thing...
Well, I guess betrayal would make sense if Odin killed him. Odin is Tyr, but I mean, that didn't happen.
Was designed to look like a snake is apparently just a soul, which in the game looks like this. There's no reality where the mural we see in 2018 was supposed to depict the events we see in Ragnarok. Something changed behind the scenes and the story suffers for it. Another victim of the retcons. You'd have thought that even if they were retconning it, they'd have found a way to tie it into the story, like maybe the Ironwood mural and the Jotunheim mural were different for a reason. But no, they just hope nobody would notice and it never comes up or matters.
I do think it's kind of weird and something that they just don't... Something that just gets brushed under the rug is like, why do we have a second copy of this? You would think that these murals would be like a one-of-a-kind thing. First of all, why is this one carved into stone? Instead of like, you know, if Angerboda whipped it up in the meantime, you'd think that she would do it on like another like wooden backdrop and be like, yeah, after the last one got destroyed, we had to remake it, and you know, we're just... But no, they just got these like just really really nice pieces of stone, and she took the extra amount of time to like really chisel into this one, where she like paints all the other ones. That's the thing that kind of stuck out to me. Is like, why is there a copy? Obviously, so Atreus can see it. I accept that, but like, but why?
This just isn't the sort of lazy choice that would have been a part of 2018. Sure, it's pretty dumb on its own merits, but when comparing it directly to 2018, it's even worse because of how meticulous that game was in its design and approach to writing and world building, that it works to harm the overall experience more. Okay, so this brings us to the conclusion of this. Part 3V. Did they change fate? Or not? Did they change fate? Or not? That's really the crux of this issue here. Fate is the central pillar of the game's storytelling, and it enables the core theme of the game to happen. But what I actually think has happened is that with all of these moving parts and retcons, all it does is work to dampen the core themes of the story and create a messy concept that never explains itself, never gets explored, and leaves the core message as one that ultimately doesn't have anything to say other than what you personally decide that it means. You might think that's a good thing, no? Themes and meanings are left up to interpretation all the time, and while yes, true, that is the case, Ragnarok wasn't trying to leave it up to interpretation. It was treading the same path as 2018 conceptually. It had a message and wanted to convey that message. It just fails to do so. To explore this, I've asked tons of people what they think it means and read plenty of replies on other videos of Ragnarok of people saying what they think the game means, and the responses vary wildly. Some people think it's a story of not being told what to do by your parents and searching for your own independence. Some people think it's to do with your parents finally coming together to help their child grow up. Some people think it's a story about defying destiny and absolutely nothing else, no subtext at all, which I guess is kind of based. And I've seen some people say the game is vapid on purpose because it's trying to be a commentary on not reading too heavily into things. That's a real take. I've seen someone say, and you know who you fucking are, you dumbass. The idea that 2018 was so meticulous and Ragnarok was not is to show you that where you think there is depth there isn't is maybe simultaneously the most creative and most stupid idea I've ever heard. But this is my point. This game doesn't convey what it's trying to say anywhere near as well as 2018 did. 2018 had focus, purpose, and it wanted you to consider very specific things upon completion. Ragnarok doesn't do this. It very clearly tries to, but the concept of prophecy and fate is so convoluted and contradictory, and it makes the world the story is being told in make no sense. It causes characters to just do things for no other reason than plot, and it muddies the core themes to the point nobody has a clear answer for what the game wants them to think anymore. So did they change fate? It entirely depends on the angle you view the game from, which explanation of fate you decide to subscribe to. Whether you believe the original mural was just a misreading, and this was always the case, whether you believe Faye purposefully removed all agency from Kratos to alter the events, or whether you believe this was down to our characters' choices across the game. But whichever way you toss it up, the central pillar of this game's story doesn't actually make sense. It's contradictory and lacks actual cohesion with the character journey of the game, and really acts as a means to get us through the story as quickly as possible, with as few questions asked as humanly possible. Why did Atreus go to see Odin? It feels out of character. Well, fate said so he sort of has to. Why did Kratos listen to anything the Norn said? Well, the story needs to happen, just go with it. Why did Kratos change his mind at the end of the game? Well, Faye just told him to moments prior. Fate is important.
This is one of those things where, not disagreeing, it's one of those things where it's like, you could so easily deflect these criticisms with, well, there's a line of dialogue here, there's a line of dialogue here, there's a line of dialogue here, you know? Kratos says that he listens to the Norns because he doesn't take any chances with Atreus' life. Okay, that's fine, but, that is a deflection based on something in-game, but that doesn't mean it's not out of character. You know, why he would go seek the Norns. Clearly he was out of ideas for what to do. And it is ironic that he of all people would be the ones to go do it. But I think that this ties into a broader theme that I noticed, because the theme is obviously about fate and destiny. Something that I noticed that I point out is how characters, and this was pointed out as a criticism in a previous video, this is like a part of the plot, is that characters are only willing to engage with fate when it benefits them. And so if you were to ask me like what the thesis of Ragnarok is, it would literally be like, there's a lot of side stories, but the core of it is how it's centered around the question, how would these people react to knowing their fates, and how would that push them to make the most irrational decisions humanly possible. So that's kind of what I see Ragnarok as, is it's a social experiment of if you were to tell a group of people like their fate, how would they respond to that? How would a son respond to knowing his father is going to die? How would the father respond to that same knowledge? Okay, you know, Kratos just tries to prepare Atreus to be on his own. Atreus starts making irrational decisions as like a bratty 14-year-old. So that's kind of what I see it. So whenever I see stuff like, it's like the perfect counter to any of these criticisms, which is why I think it must be what they were going for. Well, why would Kratos go see the Norns? Well, he doesn't trust fate, but this would be convenient for him, you know? Okay, why is Freya willing to, like, why did she work so hard to subvert Baldur's fate, but she's willing to start Ragnarok? Well, Odin would die. It'd be really convenient for her, you know? She knows that she's gonna win, so she's all for the Ragnarok prophecy, but she knew Baldur was gonna die, and she did everything she could to try and stop it, and ended up making it come true. So, you see that a lot with the characters, and it's really interesting. And I see it in enough places to where I'm comfortable with saying, like, the question of how would people logically react to knowing this must be what, like, the foundation of the story. Everything else was kind of just packed on top of it, and the story does feel really disorganized at times, and it is a great story, but it is also kind of a mess the more you think about it. And I think in the future, it is going to get that Doom Eternal treatment, like Dank said, where you really get that feeling that it's like it was really misunderstood when it came out. A lot of people said it was a masterpiece. A lot of people said it was trash. And then as time goes on, we're going to get the more nuanced, neutral voice takes. Of course, my video is going to be the be-all, end-all of all Ragnarok videos because I'm based and I know what I'm doing, but, you know. Not to toot my own horn, but I've been working on this since launch, and it's almost 200 pages, which equates to probably about 6 hours, so. The mystery and horror adds tension, but when dealing with fantastical existential conflicts, then it's generally a good rule of thumb to explain some of the magic system. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. It doesn't need to be meticulously explained, but it needs to be explained to some degree. And the degree that they explain it to isn't really sufficient. They don't really do a good enough job. It's like, I can suspend my disbelief for a lot of the things, but there are times where I sit down and think about it. It's like, in order for me to believe that this is how it works, I need to know why it works this way.
2018 on Ragnarok, until we're told that actually it isn't at all, and anything can happen. And then we're supposed to perceive Kratos surviving as a magnificent feat, but all he did was decide not to die, because fate isn't real, and you can just do that apparently.
Imagine just waking up and deciding not to die. It's kind of funny. It's kind of what he did in the previous games, too, is they would kill him, and he'd be like, nah. And then he just wouldn't die. So maybe we should just be pointing to the fact that Kratos is an expert at not dying, and just leave it at that.
It's just that simple. This bit is so fucking itchy. Now, I assume you guys love watching movies, right? TV shows? You enjoy that? Yeah? Spend a lot of time browsing your Netflix, not knowing quite what to watch? Well, I'd say that using Netflix without...
Damn. Is this a sponsorship? Okay, I can skip this.
ExpressVPN, and VPN allows patients to watch your name with all of your option with the game. Published that not only was this game 2 games in one game, but they also didn't have enough time to tell the story, and so altered the story, and pacing suffers for it, leaving us with a game that feels rushed and messy. But this has...
Kratos is literally too angry to die. That has been a personality trait of his for a long time. You're right. As far back, you gotta keep in mind, as far back as God of War 1, people like Kratos has been dying and then just coming back to life. God of War 2, stabbed by Zeus, comes back to life. God of War 3, well, he didn't really die. He just fell into the underworld and had to crawl his way out. So, but he does stab himself with the Blade of Chaos at the very end of the game. Comes back to life. It's like an actual running joke in the franchise. Deborah Ann Wolf is attractive. Well, I'm sure she would really appreciate you saying that.
Sadly, another knock-on effect. It means the writing has to suffer. Now, that's not principally the case. If you had really clever writers, maybe they could have made it work. But the main way we see this is in details not seeming to matter too much. In God of War 2018, the writing was so meticulous, so well crafted, written in such subtle and beautiful ways that you could convey so much through such few words, or sometimes none at all.
The force feels different.
Everything is different, boy. Try not to dwell on it.
Yes, sir.
My son sharpened his dagger on it, right before stabbing me in the back.
What?
Little bastard thought it was his turn to lead my crew. I was hard on him, sure. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. I did the same thing to my dad when I was his age.
He killed his own father?
Where is he now?
Ha! He may be a bastard, but he's my bastard.
In Ragnarok, however,
or the simple thrill of Kratos eating a sausage.
I'm glad to see that journalists are really looking into the important aspects of the game. But in all seriousness, this game, with its limited time to do so much, has to make sacrifices. Dialogue can no longer be as nuanced and subtle in its approach. You have to say a lot up front and obviously in order to convey what's necessary in a shorter span and get to the end on time. It harms the entire journey of the game, from exploration to core story moments, and it's not all writing, there's plenty that is good, great even, but it's a large amount that it became tiresome and irritating the more that it happened, especially contrasted with 2018 that cared so much about all of the smaller details meaning something. There was an actual clip from that IGN review that I just used that I wanted to highlight though.
It may not be as tightly a told story as 2018's, but Ragnarok has much grander designs.
Now, they tout this as a good thing. Well, maybe not a good thing, but as a thing that doesn't really matter because the result is worth it. But I would beg to differ. I don't think grander designs at the expense of a deep focus is ever in any scenario a better thing, especially when, like we established before, this game is trying very hard to create something within the same framework as 2018. A game with...
You see, the way you just said that makes me think that she wouldn't appreciate that. It sounded sarcastic. I don't know her. So, maybe.
With a tight narrative focus. That's what 2018 was built to facilitate. So if you're using that same framework to...
I feel like most women might have the reaction of, like, if a guy just walks up to her and says that she's pretty, depending on how that guy looks, she's either going to take it as a compliment or she's going to think she's about to get axe murdered.
Build something that is not a tight focus narrative, things start to feel off. Now, if you wanted to reboot the series again and do something different within a different framework and your focus was on bombastic grandiosity rather than a tight focus story, I would go ahead. But that's not what Ragnarok needs to be or is even trying to be. It's trying to be a follow-up to 2018, a direct sequel which established a focus and design philosophy for its writing, and Ragnarok actively ignores that in favor of the opposite in order to swiftly reach the conclusion in one game rather than allowing the entire story to breathe. But we've talked about this. Let's touch upon how this component of the game harms the actual writing quality. In terms of details, I think a key example I'd cite is the moment when Atreus notices that Freya is at the house.
Hold on. How is Freya at the house? Did she move in with us? You know what? Focus, Loki.
Why doesn't it matter, Atreus? I feel like that's something deeply in need of unpacking right away. Do you not? It's not that I think the entire thing should be resolved right there as he ponders on the reason that she might have been at the house, but I do think that it should sway his actions somewhat. He should maybe consider the fact that his father managed to befriend Freya. How did he do that? Why did that happen? Why has she changed her mind? Maybe Odin really is that bad that she's willing to change her focus. Think about things a little bit, Atreus. You're an incredibly smart character. Why are you being dumb right now just so that you can sweep something under the rug to focus on the next plot point that we have to get to incredibly quickly? It reads as the writers sweeping it under the rug, but still checking it off their list. See, Atreus did consider it, so we didn't leave it up in the air. That's not like a plot thread we forgot about or a character moment that we didn't touch upon, but it is incredibly vapid, and it might as well not be there in the first place. So while...
See, that's exactly what I said earlier. Like, there are explanations for these things, but they're not good ones. I'm fairly alright looking, a bit pudgy, but I have a nice face. I mean, I think that's the important thing, is having a nice face. Because, like, you can fix fat, you can't fix ugly. Not without plastic, at least.
Yes, you did address it. It is in the script. It doesn't do anything for any of the characters. It doesn't actually alter what Atreus is doing. He just says it out loud so that we know that he's noticed it. Which we know you did. We were there. We were just there a minute ago. It's little things like this that start to show the disparity between Ragnarok and 2018's writing quality. Where 2018 was focused on giving everything meaning, delving into aspects of character you might not even have considered, Ragnarok ignores even the things on a surface level because it doesn't have the time for them. Ragnarok doesn't have time to explore what Atreus thinks about Freya being in the house, or for them to have a conversation. It's forced to brush it under the rug, otherwise the game will become too long, and this continues into so many aspects of the story. The Jormungandr cycle is the most basic way they could have taken it. Atreus puts the soul of a random giant into a random snake, and then it slithers away and leaves. That's the extent of their relationship. So what was the point in the snake mentioning that he knew Atreus? It meant more without Ragnarok, because at least then, knowing Atreus is Loki, we can speculate they clearly have some sort of deeper connection in Jormungandr's past and Atreus' future, enough that he'd recognize a younger version of the boy thousands of years later for him, from his perspective. Or no, maybe he just put a random soul into a random snake and then never fucking saw it again until the end when it was fighting Thor and it got zapped back in time. How, you ask? I don't know. Nobody knows. They don't explain any of it. I know I sound like a broken clock, but in 2018... Clock? I mean record. In 2018, all the details mattered. The dialogue is written in such a way that everything is...
Well, they actually do explain... I was just thinking about that, sorry. I'm real slow to react to some things because I gotta think about it for a minute. They do explain in the previous game how he gets knocked back in time. It just doesn't make it clear enough that's what happened. Even though I think the snake disappearing is kind of a big tell, but...
Explored. Everything is explained. There is nothing not fleshed out, and if it is, it's done so on purpose, with a clear indication to be followed up on. Because why would you ever have someone blow the serpent's horn and have Mimir pointed out, if you weren't going to follow it up, that's literally Chekhov's gun. It's a simple storytelling rule to follow. How did it end up like this? Okay, I jest. I don't really care about the horn that much, but it's interesting insight into how the game both did...
I will say, I think that God of War 2018 is better written, but I enjoyed Ragnarok more. Yeah, God of War 2018 is definitely, its story is much more cohesive. Ragnarok's story is... Like I said, it is a bit of a mess.
have time to explore setups from 2018, but also how it differs from a clear vision Corey had with things set up in 2018.
I also think that the graphics in God of War 2018 look better. Like, Ragnarok's graphics don't look bad, but they're so washed out.
Which is a thing that finds its way into all of the aspects of the game. The champion of the Jotnar, for example, you remember that plot device?
The champion? I think it's supposed to be me. Champion? I guess you know about the whole champion of the...
Jotnar? Yeah. Do you want me to call you that instead?
No, Loki's good.
It's not his fault Atreus ran off, you know. Or are you just being Brock's champion?
I am not the champion.
We're each entitled to our opinion.
Okay. Whoever that is, doesn't matter.
Yeah, so that was a thing that came up at the start. It's referenced a few times. Odin, as Tyr, calls Atreus champion, which irks Kratos and plays Atreus into Odin's hand, which is interesting. On a side note, I genuinely do think the Tyr twist is good. You learn so much about Tyr in 2018, and then you discover he's alive in Ragnarok. Upon finding him, he's nothing like we learned. He's cowardly, he's stupid, he's pathetic, really. And over the course of the game, more noticeably on a replay, he is literally grooming Atreus, creating a tension between him and his father, and it's really subtle. Like I said, subtlety is always better. When you find out Tyr was actually Odin the whole time, it just brings so much together, with Odin's plans, goals, his manipulation of Atreus, which is masterful and makes your skin crawl, but not just that, you realize that no, Tyr was dead, killed by Odin, and he was just wearing his skin to push his own agenda and muddy his image as a god. It's fucking tragic, it's gut-wrenching. It actually made me tear up probably more than Brock's death, because that's a man without empathy destroying the legacy of one of the only good gods there may ever have been, someone that Atreus deeply looked up to, and he cannot defend himself. It's absolutely perfect. Oh, he's just hanging around doing yoga. Oh, God. I don't even know how to explain why this sucks. It feels pretty obvious how it just undercuts the entire point of it happening to begin with. All meaning I felt I received is now gone because actually Tyr is alive, he can defend himself, he can tell everyone the truth. Nothing Odin did is permanent. It's too happy, it adds nothing more of substance to the game. Okay, so sorry, we were talking about the champion. That was a detour. Tyr uses it to bring Atreus closer to him, being obviously Odin. Angrboda says it to Atreus, clearly thinking it's him. Kratos is also called it by both Freya and Mimir in Svartalfheim.
Well, Gryla also says it as well. So just throwing that out there, I'm pretty sure like all the giants think it's him.
But then it's just dropped. People stop saying it. It never comes up in another prophecy. It just doesn't come up again in the whole story. I've seen people say that, well, it was just supposed to be left up to interpretation, which, okay, fine. But you do have to follow that up. If you leave something there to be interpreted, you're meant to imply that. You can't just bring up a thing and then stop talking about the thing and then say, oh yeah, you were meant to interpret that. No, that's not good writing. If it was something you were supposed to be constantly thinking about, if it was an important motif of the story that is important up until the very end and you're supposed to be considering that plot point, and that was then meant to be interpreted, then
I think 2018's has worst graphics, but things are more colorful in 2018, but Ragnarok has better graphics and more environment variety, but colors are washed out. Yeah, it's like pure texture fidelity looks better in Ragnarok, but I think 2018 just has that. It's got some amount of art style to it with its colors, and that's what makes me like it more. Everything is so desaturated in Ragnarok. I mean, it's not like, you know, launch version vanilla Xbox 2011 Skyrim. You know, it's like it's not that desaturated, but it's still noticeable. And what they did to the blades is just murder.
It should have come up again by the end, but without a conclusion. Or the conclusion should have been drawn that it doesn't matter. But if you say that it was something to be left up to interpretation, you have to reinforce that across your narrative using its characters until the end. Otherwise, it's just a plot point that was never concluded. And while sure, regardless of that, you can still interpret it, it's not very deep, is it? It's either Atreus or Kratos, and it doesn't mean anything either way. So what interpretation is there to be gleaned that makes it even worth interpreting in the first place? It's just a thing that they talk about to create division between Kratos and Atreus. It's a plot device, and then they stop talking about it when the plot no longer needs that division. Like so many things in this game, it is just a plot device to make things happen rather than something that means anything at all in isolation. And that doesn't mean you can't interpret it. Obviously you can. I'm just saying the game doesn't really try to make you interpret it, or at least doesn't make it a core part of the storytelling. It exists as a plot device, not as something the game is actively saying, you should be thinking about this. It's important. It's not really important, because what does it have to say about our characters other than one of them might be vaguely a champion?
All I gotta say is that hoodie looks really comfortable, and I want one.
That's it. That doesn't mean anything else. In another avenue, something I find to be far more frustrating and harmful to the plot and character journey is how overt the dialogue is. We talked about subtlety regarding 2018's dialogue before. The game really takes care with how characters emote, open up to each other, and just generally speak when navigating a space. There's a certain control that writers clearly have over dialogue to make it as natural as possible, and that all conclusions we glean from dialogue is implication. We infer from what is said, what it means, and that adds a deeper value to the message. If I simply tell you, I think war is bad, That doesn't mean nearly as much to you as if I explained my perspective on war using my own experiences with war. From that and the way that I've spoken, you can understand my thoughts, feelings, and empathize with me on the topic. This is why subtlety is always better. Not only do you have characters talk like normal people, or at least in a lot more of a natural way, you also get the audience's brain working to figure out why someone said something in a certain way. Why is that a piece of information they decided to divulge now? What does it mean for the characters? The reason for this is because of a writing tool known as subtext, and I'm sure plenty of people watching this video know exactly what that is. I'm not going to treat you like a fucking idiot, but for those that maybe want me to explain, in real conversations between real people, the meaning of your words are layered beneath what you're saying on the surface. Human beings do not speak directly. It's just not what...
Sherpa is really comfy. Is that the, Oh, okay. It's a, what do you call it? Material. Gotcha. Well, I am going to see if I can find one that's not too expensive and buy one, because you know what? Looks comfortable as hell. Wonder if that's this one. Probably. Anyways, sorry. I'm getting sidetracked. That actually does. Man, I want Leon Kennedy sheepskin leather jacket from RE4 Remastered. Yeah, it does look I know what jacket you're referring to. Even in the original, it does look stylish.
What we do. And so neither should characters, unless the scene specifically calls for that to be the case, and then even despite them overtly discussing their feelings, there should again be an added layer of subtext to that as well. Characters should never openly simply state their motivations, their feelings, or their arcs, and if on the off chance a scene does call for them to explicitly state those things, there should be a reason for that and subtext to that. Otherwise, you are not writing a character with an arc, you're writing a mouthpiece that explains what you wanted the arc to be, but failed to actually execute or write naturally. Take this scene from 2018, for example.
But there is one unavoidable truth you will never escape. You cannot change. You will always be a monster.
I know. But I am your monster no longer.
And then contrast it with this scene from Ragnarok.
But we're going to free it.
But it will always be chained. You know that as well as I.
Both of these scenes have the same sentiment, that your chains can never truly be released. You can be free, but never truly free. However, the scene in 2018 implies it through meaningful and introspective dialogue, where we can infer the meaning behind it. Ragnarok's scene just has Kratos state the thing you're supposed to be understanding about the scene directly so the audience can hear it. It makes it feel...
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta take in context. It's like you're taking a mid-game twist scene and comparing it to, like, exploration dialogue. And I know what he's trying to do, but I just feel like these are poor examples for it. Then again, you can't use the Odin twist scene because he doesn't really have any double meaning in what he's saying.
Hollow, meaningless, vapid, and just, I don't know, outright wrong.
And I didn't know what it was like to be chained in one place for years at a time, with nothing to occupy your mind but pain.
I don't know how to say this, Mimir, but I don't know what that's like either, but I also know that's bad and wrong and you shouldn't do it. I don't understand what this is trying to say. He needed to be tied to a tree for a long time to realise that imprisoning somebody with chains so they can't move is wrong. What? But it's not just this one scene. It happens all the time.
You know, maybe Odin needs you for something.
Or maybe it's not what it looks like. Maybe I'm tricking Odin.
Oh, is trickery something you're good at?
Is that true, Loki? You a little trickster?
Oh, he's a trickster, is he? You know, from Norse mythology. This is based on.
I know how it feels to be wronged, and how it feels to achieve vengeance.
Oh, you know what it's like, do you, Kratos? I didn't know that. Thank you so much for saying it out loud for me. Now I see the parallel that you're showing here very clearly between Mimir's random contrived quest for revenge and Kratos' original trilogy story. I'm an idiot. I needed that.
There's still a part of me that is so angry.
I'm sure a lot of people love this performance, and she is absolutely giving it her all. I will commend her for that, but she is literally just stating her emotions aloud for us. Just imply this shit. Imagine if at the end of 2018, after Kratos kills Balder, Freya simply said to Kratos,
so angry.
My father and I traverse this river often. One day, you will learn to navigate its waters.
Do you get it? Because Atreus does that too. Are you pogging it? We know she referenced that. We know that happens. Wow. And you see, this is a nice subtle moment. This is a callback to the first game, and they didn't point. Oh yeah, thanks game. No, I didn't get that yet. And yeah, look, that's not every piece of dialogue that's overt and leaves it up to your imagination. But we would be here all day. Ragnarok doesn't often use subtext. It will just outright state the things you're supposed to understand from a scene as if we're stupid and need that. The greatest writers employ subtext in every scene they write because that's what dialogue should be. It allows the audience to remain engaged. We can put things together ourselves. We do it in everyday life because it's just how people communicate with each other. The same should apply to video games, films, television, books, all forms of media. Subtlety is always better because you can get across the same conclusive message, but without the need for spelling it aloud to us. And
I think this works from a specific context in a specific position, but you can't. This wouldn't work nearly as well for a game that can't doesn't have a high enough graphical fidelity to like display body language and facial expressions. Sometimes it is better just for them to just to tell you stuff. But I mean, the conversations don't feel like they don't feel robotic to me. It's okay from time to time to have characters explain how they feel. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, the point, that thing he showed from Freya, the point of her saying that she's still pissed at him is so she can follow it up by acknowledging that he's not the person who has to die. Basically, saying like, I'm still angry, but I'm not going to direct my anger at you anymore, and that's whenever she becomes obsessed with killing Odin. So I mean, there is a reason for it. It's just, do I want to say it's just subtle? Because his whole thing is that it's not subtle enough. I think he's just he's pulling a different meaning from these than I was. Then again, I've played the game 3 times. I've had a lot of time to like really overanalyze this. It's all about the acting and context. Yeah, exactly. Like, you couldn't take a game like Gothic with its presentation and try to have any amount of subtlety the way that he's suggesting, because it just wouldn't work. Because it's like, well, how was I supposed to know that this character was lying to me? I can't even see their facial expressions type thing. So it's like, or if you're expected to like pick it out, like, yeah, this guy's lying to you. How'd you not know that? Because people in Gothic do lie to you all the time, and they do it blatantly. But from that context that he's speaking from.
Look, if I'm going to discuss this, we have to delve into the biggest offender. The first visit you have to Vanaheim. Freya is done so dirty in this game that it upsets me. She was such a nuanced and interesting character in God of War 2018, and somehow they do away with all of that in Ragnarok to give us a one-note character with little contribution and even less to say with her story beats. Now, bear in mind here, Corey said during a spoiler cast in April 2018 when referring to Freya...
And it's a very Kratos thing that his example for his child is to not let his child see another child kill their parent, right? Yeah. That he intercedes, not because Freya needs protecting, but because his son needs protecting. Because he's not doing it for Freya, he's doing it for his son, right? He knows he's going to make an enemy of somebody who is awesome, right? That they had a good beginning to their relationship. But I think, for me, this is this really great origin story of Freya. That her origin is a lot like Kratos. It's very tragic, and bad decisions were made. And those bad decisions snowballed into something that just kind of got away from everybody. And where she's going to go next is so awesome.
I wonder if that will become true or not. So the entire game, off the back of 2018, Freya is hunting Kratos and Atreus because Kratos killed her son. It's a very nuanced and complex situation with lots of moving parts that this game neglects to explore and boils down to her son dead, she angry, Kratos not so angry because Baldur was bad. 2018 set her up in an interesting position. How would this get resolved? Would we end up killing her? Would we find some sort of common ground? Again, Freya's arc isn't something I have issues with conceptually. I think her eventually finding peace and coming around to Kratos and Atreus is something that could have happened, and there is so much room to play with the nuances of that, rather than having them simply just be friendly again. Let's see some conflict. It's not black and white, enemies or allies, it's a bit of both. It's the execution, I think, that is pretty damn poor. The execution of her character, that means 2 things. Does it? I don't know why I wrote that in the script. Upon confronting them again with her Valkyrie gear, which is actually a really cool reveal and fight, it just worked marvelously. Atreus goes bear mode.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I read your chat, but I didn't say anything immediately. I do think Freya is still nuanced, and I don't think it's as black and white as he's making it. It's just that a big part of her character is that she is 100% in Kratos' position from the original trilogy. She's there's a lot of reflections to Kratos, and she's one of them. She's a reflection of Kratos, like God of War 2, God of War 3. How she's very gung-ho about everything. Yes, let's go to war with Asgard. Let's kill everybody, murder Odin, freaking beat his face in. And Kratos is the more like, no, let's not do that. You know, let's not set fire to an entire realm just to get vengeance. I've been down that road before. So it makes sense that it's like, you know, a big part of her obsession is revenge, and Kratos tries to steer her away from it, but she's just as like stubborn and hard-headed as he was back then. So it makes sense that she would come off that way, because it's, you know, because Eric Williams said in an interview, like, the game is it's a game of reflections. You know, she is a reflection of Kratos' past, the same way that Thor is a reflection of Kratos' present through the context of having a different past. If that makes any sense, if you played the game. Thor is a version of Kratos in, like, current Kratos, if Kratos never stood up to Ares, essentially. So there's a lot of different reflections, and I think that's the narrative tool they use the most, and it's one of the best ones. It's definitely the one that they're the best at, but anyways.
Kratos stops the fight to calm him down and stop him from ripping Freya limb from limb. It was at this moment where Freya turns to the camera, and you can see this look of reconsideration that I knew exactly where this was going. This was about to lack any sort of depth, any sort of real conflict, and we were simply going to have her be on our team again. The game telegraphed so obviously where they were taking this that the only good way to resolve this in the end would actually have been to subvert that anyway, but I'll get to what I would have done a little bit later. While in Vanaheim, right away, Freya starts telling Kratos about the market she used to visit here.
I recognize this market. Villages would meet and trade here.
Sorry, I didn't realize when I was playing through the game for the first time, capturing my footage, that I would need that piece of dialogue without the sound of me smashing something with my axe, playing over the top of it. Just take my word for it. She does say what I said she says. I'm not lying to you. I promise. I thought we were still enemies at this point. Why are you explaining the history of your culture? Could this be exposition to re-establish rapport seemingly out of nowhere because you didn't have the time to make it natural and needed to get from A to B as quickly as possible?
I took it more as like she's okay, she hasn't been back in her realm in like hundreds of years because she's been trapped in Midgard. She's very shocked at the state of the realm, and she's kind of slipping between nostalgia and shell shock. That she's like, where is everybody? Like, and she's kind of coming to the realization that Odin, that like her marriage to Odin really gained her nothing, because he just turned around and invaded Vanaheim without her anyways, and without her leadership, the realm fell. So, again, there are reasons for it. It's just there is subtext. It's just very specific. Freya is consumed by vengeance, and she needs to learn to control her rage. She still hates Kratos for the act of killing Baldur, but they both learn to forgive each other, and Kratos honestly gets Freya and doesn't blame her for being rage-filled at the act. He literally says every act would mean defeat. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I don't even know if by the end of the game she fully forgives him. I just think that she comes to realize that he is not solely responsible for what happened to Baldur, and a big part of like her arc is, and this is not very well communicated, a big part of her arc is coming to realize that she is very responsible for what happened, and she learns to accept that and take some amount of responsibility and stop lashing out and making excuses to literally blame everybody except herself. Which is a big part of what Gana's journal at the end of the game has to do, where it pretty clearly spells out, like, this is a person who has to be the victim and has to have somebody to blame and refuses to take responsibility. So that's a big part of her character arc.
Maybe. I mean, who am I to make that judgment? The biggest kicker for me here, though, is how they get from A to B, or the illusion of the arc that's happening. Vanaheim in itself is a twisty maze of trees and fights, and as you navigate this area, Freya and Kratos will talk. And there are 2 points where Kratos slips entirely out of character. In 2018, any reference to the original trilogy era of God of War was merely implied. It was all stuff you could read into, but wasn't often explicitly stated, especially by Kratos himself. Sure, Athena shows up, and so does Zeus, the Blades of Chaos, etc., but those things are directly meaningful to the narrative, and they are things being seen rather than being told to you by a character. They have consequences to the story that are being told, and we see them right before us. In Ragnarok, Kratos will fight a group of enemies, and then casually start talking about the family that he killed after being tricked by Ares.
We need to get to that watchtower. We'll have to go through the valley, this way.
I know your son's story. You should know my daughter's.
See, and it's unfair to show this scene without showing the dialogue that precedes it, because the whole point of him telling her this is the fact that she implied that he could never know what it's like to lose a child, and he very angrily like rebutted, and she started to kind of, I've talked about this before, and how she was like, oh shit, yeah, apparently you do, and he initially refuses to tell her, but you know, he's willing. This is a more open version of Kratos. You know, he's more willing to share than he has ever been before, and he really does understand the benefit of having her on his side. So he's willing to share a little bit of that trauma for the sake of like winning her over. So it's perfectly in character for who he is in this game, just not who he's been up until now. But that's kind of the point of the story. This isn't the same version of this character that we've been seeing. He's a lot more open. He, after spending like presumably years with Mimir, and Mimir kind of like passing on some of his wisdom, he has changed to some extent. Freya, much like Kratos in the from the original trilogy, had a victim mentality, which isn't healthy. Yeah, exactly. So it's like she is very much a reflection of Kratos from the original trilogy. except she's female, so I guess people don't like that or something.
I was tricked into destroying a village, not knowing my own wife and child were there until their blood stained my hands.
Sorry, just editing this. I forgot how fucking funny that was. Kratos, who the fuck asked? Pretty much completely unprovoked and out of nowhere. But
Freya asked. She pretty clearly asked what happened, and he shut her down, and then he decided after. Again, this is why it's not fair to like, and no one ever talks about like the build up to this conversation. It's really not fair. Now, again, it's perfectly fair to say like whether Kratos would or wouldn't do this. Personally, given what we know about him in this game, I say he would. But it's not fair to like, for people who haven't played the game, they're not going to know the context of why he's talking about this. He doesn't just out of the blue be like, let me tell you a sob story. Like, she does try to get him to tell her, and he refuses, and then he changes his mind a minute later after thinking about it for a second.
Because the plot needs desperately to have Kratos and Freya find common ground, and the only way of doing that is to have Kratos just decide to start spouting exposition so Freya can see the parallels between them that were already clear to us in 2018. It feels almost as though it breaks the fourth wall with the intent of fast-forwarding character development. The structure of Vanaheim is as follows. Fight some enemies, Freya mentions she's sad or angry. Kratos says, I know how that feels. Freya says, no you don't. You don't know how it feels, you liar. And then we complete a puzzle where Freya tells you exactly what to do and won't shut the fuck up.
You can probably use those islands to get a better angle on the torch.
Good point.
No? Use your blades to swing.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Let's cross the
Yep,
bridge.
yep.
Maybe you can break the chain.
Okay, yes, that's good.
I will say that the puzzles in this game are so much more enjoyable when you mute the dialogue audio.
Nice.
The gate's open. We can head.
Then Kratos goes on to explain why actually he does know how it feels and divulges very private information that he hasn't even told to Atreus. This happens 3 times before we reach our conclusion, and they try to pass it off like a meaningful character arc. It's literally filler dialogue, it's padding, it's exposition, it's dreadful writing. It's completely the antithesis of 2018. All depth, meaning, and subtlety is stripped away to force our characters into an unnatural progression of their character for the finale of the game. Not to mention how unceremonious it is to just have...
Really want to end stream soon. Oh, okay, just close all my tabs. Just close all my tabs, Google, why don't you? Because I hit the space bar. I guess the space bar is close all the tabs button. There we go. Sorry, I was just trying to see how long this section is so I can get off and eat here in a minute. Okay, now I want to... We're at 1 hour and 24 minutes. And part 4 ends at 1 hour and 37 minutes. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to make it that long, but we'll try.
The characters talking about these deeply personal things as background dialogue while we're exploring a fucking jungle. It's like they're trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's progress the plot, progress where the characters are in the world, get them to their destination while also doing the dialogue at the same time, but one takes away from the other and it makes it feel kind of ridiculous. And I think this...
Salty is pissed? Yeah. There should be a restore all tabs option somewhere. There is specifically if Google doesn't, it's like Google didn't shut down properly because you shut off your computer. Then it lets you restore all the tabs. But yeah, there's no, I don't think there's just a restore all tabs button by default. That would be really nice.
Still could have worked. Even with all of these flaws, I think it could have been a lot better with a simple change. Not perfect, but better. At this moment here...
I suppose this is the point where I forgive you, or I kill you.
She attacks. We've spent this whole journey learning about each other and each other's families. We think it's obvious that Freya will simply join our team again. That's got to be what they're setting up, right? But no, she fights. She desperately tries to kill Kratos because she cannot imagine a life where she is forced to come to terms with anything that has happened to her, face her past, and continue to walk forward. And in the end, Kratos kills her because it was her choice. In the end, she didn't want to kill Kratos. She was seeking death herself. This would play into the core theme of choice, and Kratos, having taken hers away prior with Baldur, is now no longer depriving her of that and giving her the death that she seeks. It would also play into the idea that Kratos is seeking death himself.
I don't think that Kratos would ever... I don't think Kratos would... I mean, he says pretty clearly... Oh, there is a restore all tabs, but... Oh, okay. Okay, I'm wrong then. Sorry, Google. No, wait, no, I'm not. Yeah, Kratos pretty blatantly says he's never gonna kill Freya. So, it would be really weird for him to just turn around all of a sudden and... Because it's like, well, if we were gonna kill her, why didn't we do it until now? So I feel like that'd be even worse. Not to mention the story is better with her in it. So I would feel like it would be complete straight up like it would be terrible. It would be terrible if, in my opinion, if they decided to just kill Freya here. It would be such a waste of her character, and not to mention, it's like I said, her character is so much better, or the story is so much better with her in it.
Brought up several times, being the one to provide that for someone else.
And then we'd just be talking about how Freyr is just like Freya's stand-in replacement since they killed her off for shock value, and that'd be like an even bigger criticism.
Would be a turning point in his character, and on top of all that, it could replace the Heimdall moment where Kratos is forced to reconsider his actions, and Mimir speaks aloud that we're supposed to feel bad about what Kratos just did.
Well, yeah, but Mimir wasn't there, so...
It would simply be implied. We would know that it's bad. We would feel sad because he killed Freya, a character that we liked. But what else was there to do? She gave him no choice. Or did she? And in that act there, we would have depth, nuance, complex character relationships, and something to push our protagonist forward, as well as subverting something that felt so obvious, so set in stone, and so bland and boring. Instead, she does the most obvious and predictable thing.
To be honest, I don't think I can do either. You are not the one who needs to die.
And the thing is, she does forgive him. They are friends again. The game says one thing, but does another. Freya claims she can never forgive him, and she claims that it's nuanced. But
well, you also have to remember that this comes after. I'm pretty sure this comes after Kratos. Kratos tells her about the Ragnarok prophecy and how they're destined to win. So she's using. I don't know why people don't seem to realize she's using Kratos to start Ragnarok. She is and I know that, I mean, people must have realized it because I see someone brought up EFAP. Yeah, Dank brought up EFAP again. They talk about this in the stream in response to Synthetic Man's video. It's like she is very much using Kratos to get to Odin at this point. So it's not so much his sob story that changes her mind as him saying that, like, they are foretold to win at Ragnarok, and all of a sudden that is what makes her really start to reconsider. And it's pretty subtly shown to you in the Svartalfheim sequence where she's like, you know, clearly, you know, your wife wanted you to be the champion of the Jotnar, you know, that's why she married you, so you can go kill Odin. And she kind of realizes that she screwed up after it pisses him off, and she's like, okay, you know, I need to back off a little bit. But she is very, very much using him to get to Odin.
It's never talked about again. They are simply best friends from here on out, and that's it. It's so shallow and gives us absolutely nothing to think about. I will say, however, Freya's side quest in Vanaheim is brilliant. Maybe not on the level of the majority of 2018's writing, but leagues above most of the writing in Ragnarok, which is another example showing that sometimes they got it right. They do get it, and I genuinely believe that the fact they had to cram so much into one game is why a lot of the writing gets away from them. It's not that they're incompetent and don't understand, it's that they were forced into a corner, and this is just the result of that. You enter Freya's old home in Vanaheim and explore. You find different relics that are personal to her and her marriage to Odin.
After the Vanaheim arc, I'm going to go ahead and end it, though, because I really want to go do something else.
Destroys each one in the hopes that it will allow her to move on. Yet every time she does, the pain never leaves her. It remains a part of her. The final relic is a sword given to her by Odin as a sign of their bond. This sword cannot be destroyed. She cannot get rid of it, and she breaks down, realizing she will never be free. The trauma and the scars he left her with will never be gone, but she can heal. That trauma can be taken and used as a tool for personal growth, and so that's exactly what she does. She takes the sword and uses it for good, and moves forward with who she is, being free of her grief, but never without its impact. This is a direct parallel to Kratos' arc. Everything we've seen, his deal with Ares, the Blades of Chaos being bound to him, the ash of his family on his skin, the entire arc of 2018, of no longer running from your past trauma but embracing it in the hopes of being free from the prison of your own anxiety. But the game never points this out openly. Everything is just completely implied. It never overtly states.
Could you say it's a reflection of the previous game?
Anything. This illustrates subtlety is always better, because more than a lot of the more bombastic moments in this game, this is the one moment that stands out to me, because it has something to say. It makes your brain think, and it does Freya justice. It's fucking marvelous.
The craziest part is that, again, this game doesn't always get it wrong. There are moments where it gets it right, like I said with Freya's side quest, but they do things right in the main story too. Visiting Helheim with Atreus after he returns from Asgard is a segment littered with subtext. The writing allows room to breathe and for the audience to infer everything meant by the words said. It's marvelous. And in the final moment there between these two, they have a heart-to-heart, but not in a way where they're just telling each other their feelings up front in a stunted way to convey to the audience what to think. In a way where it shows their love for one another. It allows us to see they're comfortable with talking openly to one another. But that act still has subtext. There's something more layered beneath the surface level words being spoken, and that does wonders for storytelling and character arcs. It also has one of the best callbacks in the game.
I am sorry.
Don't be sorry, Father. Be better.
This is a clear callback to the start of God of War 2018, but flipped on its head. But the game doesn't point that out. It lets it play as a genuine character moment between them. If you got the reference, then that moment means a little bit more. If you didn't, the game doesn't force you to understand. It just plays the moment as the moment in its own right. This is something the game refuses to do very often. It's usually insistent on the player understanding every little detail and therefore has to point it all out in excruciating blatancy. This moment, though, just lets itself be a character moment, which makes it far more believable, meaningful, and satisfying to the audience.
Okay, the final major way that I feel writing feels not bad, just...
And, you know, I think that's probably a good, this is a good place to stop. 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 28 seconds into it. Because I just don't have the patience to sit. I don't think this video is bad. It's just I'm getting kind of tired of, like, sitting through Ragnarok videos. So I think now is a good time to end it before the Wi-Fi kills my stream again. So... thank you guys for stopping by. Also, I'm like losing the motivation to read chat. That's a sign I need to quit. But thank you guys for stopping by. We will pick this up next week and finish it. I should have the script done by then. And next week will probably be the final stream, so that I can take my Sundays and spend it towards just finishing the video. And then I can take, hopefully, a month break from everything. But... what am I having for lunch? I don't know yet. But I will figure it out. So far, he's doing a decent job. Yeah, I knew he was going to do a good job with the video. I disagree with almost everything he's saying in this section, but he still gave it a lot of thought. And from, again, like, since Ragnarok is so vague about everything, it's definitely good to see that he gave it some thought. And he's not wrong. I just don't agree with him. This is like pure subjectivity just clashing. It's like, because there's not really much else to draw as far as in-game evidence, although some of the things he's saying I feel like are better explained than he's saying. But anyways, yep. Thanks guys, good night. If you're on a time zone where it's night, good day if you're not, and yep, okay, bye.